Yeah.
Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please.
The House will come to order.
Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please. Hey, only one.
And then once the governor's up there, he's going to stand here, and you're going to make sure you gavel everybody to sit down, and then you recognize the governor, and then sit. Don't even gavel.
Okay. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of February 16, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us be in a spirit of prayer. O loving creator of the universe, thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room. We thank you. Only you truly know what we are setting out to accomplish today. We have an idea, a vision, hints, and daily instructions. We have talents, abilities, and time to work. However, only you can see in perfect detail the end of every beginning. O God, you are the Alpha and the Omega. You are the beginning and the end. You are everything. Every project, every season, every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for something good. Your righteousness transcends all our efforts and understanding. Guide and direct us this day as we seek a better way and a better life in this world that you have created. Help us to make decisions that will be good for those we represent in this great state of New Hampshire. Strengthen our confidence in who you have made us to be. Set us free from comparison in order to work together efficiently and in harmony. We thank you for the leadership that is represented here today. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterwards. Ready us to make every moment count this day and in the days ahead. We pray all this in your name, who is God of us all. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Portsmouth, Joan Hamblett, who will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which he stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Birch, Cushing, Ellis, Frost, Mary Griffin, Guthrie, Kimball, Myler, Richards, Roy, Peter Schmidt, Spang, Tudor, Welch. The day, important business, Representatives Baxter, Cody, Kennedy, Lundgren, O'Hara, Sanborn, Southworth, Varney, Verville, Walls. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Elliott and Rhodes.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. Before we go any further, we still have 30 bills that we have to finish after today. After the governor's address. Some of them have some pretty decent debates on them. Yesterday, the noise in this building was unacceptable. And I'm addressing this to both caucuses. It was totally unacceptable. This would never have happened if we were in the chamber. This is the House chamber. I hope everybody takes notice and respects the fact that there is supposed to be no talking in the chamber. If you want to have a conversation, take it outside. House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representatives Osborne and Ebel offer the following. Resolved that the House of Representatives notify the Honorable Senate that it is ready to meet in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the State of the State address by His Excellency, the Governor Christopher T. Sununu.
Question is on the resolution. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The House will attend to a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate is ready to meet with the Honorable House of Representatives in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the State of the State address by His Excellency, Governor Christopher T. Sununu.
The Sergeant at Arms will escort our guests as they are introduced by the clerk. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senate and President of the Senate, the Honorable Chuck Morse of Salem.
Joint convention will come to order. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Secretary of State, David M. Scanlon.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the New Hampshire State Treasurer, the Honorable Monica Mezzapelle.
The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Executive Counselor representing District 1, the Honorable Joseph D. Kenny.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court, the Honorable Gordon J. MacDonald, Esquire.
Everybody can take a seat for a minute while we wait for the governor.
Well, no, it's an OTPA. Yes, literally every bill in science has a debate. They have a study. Yep. Well, then we've got all the ones off consent. We've got debates on all three. Are you going to table those? ITLs? No. The transportation. Lane will be unhappy with me. I'm just... No, you should. You don't need to take that.
This right here is getting big thing. It's going to add Shapiro too.
Give a 2-minute warning, please, to return to your seats. About ready for
Members will return to their seats.
Members, please take your seats. Members, take your seats, please.
copy on that.
Members, take your seats, please.
Members will return to their seats. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the Governor, Christopher T. Sununu.
The joint convention and guests will now be attentive to the Governor's State of the State address. The Chair recognizes the Governor, Christopher T. Sununu.
Please. Well, good morning. I got to get settled. I'm looking for the button where the podium raises from the speaker. No offense. My dad used to have the same problem, 5'6". Well, good morning. It is really great to be here. It has obviously been a long time since we've been able to gather together. Obviously, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Senate President, thank you very much. Obviously, the esteemed members of our House, the esteemed State Senate, members of the Executive Council, Chief Justice McDonald, great to see you this morning. So it has been a long year, to be sure. I think we were all looking forward to 2021 erasing 2020, but we had challenges ahead of us, without a doubt. And so what I wanted to do this morning is talk a little bit about some of the things that we've encountered. I think how we faced a lot of those challenges, in that I think it sets a model for how to be proactive, how to be positive, how not to back away from things, and then really look forward prospectively in terms of what we can get done, I think, in the next year. There's no doubt that we have set a lot of good standards and good models, and we can build off that, to be sure. But let's start a little bit behind us in terms of COVID, right? Since we've all gotten together 2 years ago, it was, I think, February of 2020, just before the pandemic hit this state, we have to recognize that we have lost over 2,300 individuals to COVID. And I think I speak for all of us when I say that our hearts just go out to those families, go out to those individuals who have had to deal with this pandemic and this tragedy that hit us hard. We didn't see it coming, but we buckled down. COVID has been very tough, but New Hampshire has been very strong. We're resilient. We're putting systems and policies in place that don't just make us like everybody else, right? They separate us from the pack, and I think they really capitalize on a lot of the opportunity we have right here in the Granite State. So let's jump into a little bit of an update. Let's start with some good news, right? We don't want to always start on the negative. You have to acknowledge the negative, but there has been some really good news, especially in the past year. Today, the Granite State, we are ranked as the freest state in the nation. We have the strongest economy in the Northeast. We have the fastest population growth in the Northeast. We're #1 in America for public safety. We are first in America for economic freedom. And we continue to have the lowest poverty rate and some of the highest wages in this country. Those are big wins for our citizens. So when you go down that list, you can see ranking after ranking shows that the Granite State is the place to be. America, not just New England, but America is truly taking notice. We are very proud that our way of life here in the 603 is simply the best of the best. But we did not get here by accident, right? We did it through smart management, tough work, prioritizing individuals over government, prioritizing citizens over systems, and delivering results with the immense responsibility of managing our taxpayer dollars and knowing that you have to balance budgets. Because I believe, as in the public sector, there is no greater responsibility than managing someone else's money, and this legislature has done a tremendous job. So as other states, we saw other states across this country really buckle down to weather the storm of 2021, but we took a much more proactive approach in the past year. In just the last year, we've cut the statewide property tax. We talk about property taxes all the time, and this legislature cut it by $100 million. We cut the room and meals tax. We cut business taxes again, and we're now permanently phasing out our interest and dividends taxes, again, reducing that burden on our citizens. And those were tough decisions to make, without a doubt. We heard a lot of scary stories, how if you cut taxes, we wouldn't have money to push down to the cities and towns. If you cut taxes, we're going to have to slash all of our programs. But the way we designed this has played out exactly as we anticipated. We cut taxes, and what happened? We've now exceeded all of our expectations in terms of surpluses, and we've doubled the rainy day fund to over $250 million. Look, a few years ago, you guys were here a few years ago, we would get excited if we had a surplus of $25 million. Oh, that gives us a lot of opportunity. We manage well, we balance the budget, we have some opportunity to spend in a little infrastructure. What's the situation today? We're going to have about 10 times that amount, again, to make real long-term investments in infrastructure and make sure we do it without putting any additional burden onto our citizens. And at the state level, we've had great financial success by cutting these taxes and drawing all of this business in, right? But let's not forget local governments as well have had unprecedented amounts of financial opportunity. Federal support has been very powerful here in the state. There's no doubt about that. Federal support has put over $600 million into our education system alone over the next couple of years. Then you add the other $250 million. Dollars in, dollars spent. You add another $250 million in the general federal support that came through the ARPA funding. That goes down to every city, every town, every county in the state. And then you add on what this legislature did with $100 million of property tax relief, with the fact that not only did we cut room and meals tax, here's an amazing thing. We cut meals and rooms tax for all our citizens, and we increased the amount we're sending back to cities and towns, thanks to Senator Ricciardi over there. We're increasing that by 45% back to cities and towns. Cut taxes up here, cut taxes for citizens, send more back to cities and towns. It's an incredible amount of money to offset a lot of those local costs. So instead of downshifting costs, which we hear a lot about, historically, decades ago, we're now downshifting cash. And that's a win for our citizens. Because with these investments, what we're seeing is many towns are now lowering their property taxes. I got to be honest. If your town is not lowering their property taxes, town meeting is it's like a month, right? Go to town meeting, fight for it, because your towns have unprecedented amount of money, unprecedented amount of opportunity. And so while the state can't control cutting property taxes, by sending this opportunity back to cities and towns, yet again, it takes that pressure off the entire system and creates opportunities that a lot of folks never thought that they would see. Now, let's take a little bit of a step back with COVID, right? It's still here. We know we're going to be grappling that with a while. So last year, our nation continued through the COVID pandemic. It strained our healthcare system. We saw that very upfront and personal. It tested us like never before. We're still dealing with things that a lot of us never thought we'd have to deal with in terms of the public sector or our private lives or with our businesses. And while other states, while the surge, that winter surge really hit the country, other states were, you could watch them, they were kind of caught flat-footed. But we took a forward-looking perspective. We prepared for what we knew would be a tough winter. Back in the summer and fall, Dr. Chan and Commissioner Shibana and I were talking about that winter surge, preparing for that winter surge. And we knew that government can't solve COVID. Government is not going to be able to solve a viral pandemic. But when we came together, we cut red tape. We flexed open our healthcare system to meet our citizens' needs. And so what were the results of that? Well, when you look at what's happened just over the past year, New Hampshire was the fastest state in the country with the initial vaccine rollout, which meant that we were the first state in the country to really allow vaccines for anyone who wanted it. Again, creating a lot of flexibility. You look at what we've done recently. We delivered 1.5 million free home tests. Click a button, 2 days later, Amazon was dropping them on your doorstep. We did that twice, and then the federal government realized that we had a pretty darn good model, and they copied it, although I saw the WMUR story last night. They're not doing a very good job with that. I don't know who ordered the free test from the federal government. Apparently, they're still figuring out postage or something. People are waiting weeks for those things, but leave it to the feds to screw up a good idea. But here in New Hampshire, we did it really well. We did it really well. And the fact is, we did it so well, you had the federal government copying our program, and we were able to kind of do it a third time with the availability of tests that we now have coming out of our liquor stores. We looked at what was going to happen in our classrooms. We looked at how hard those spring months of 2020 had been on our kids. And we said we are going to keep our schools open, and we're going to keep children safely in our classrooms. We built out internal surge centers within the hospitals. We cut red tape. We fast-tracked hundreds of new nursing licenses in just a few weeks in December. We cut that red tape, we moved it forward, and we got those folks on the floors of our hospitals. It was really awesome. We strategically deployed a lot of the dollars to help our healthcare providers and our long-term care providers. And then when the federal government continually kept mixing the messages up, right? That say one thing one week, one thing the next. We were out there every week trying to kind of straighten it out as best we could for our citizens. There was a lot of mismanagement at the federal level. And so then they panicked and they came down with their illegal mandates. And we stood up against the illegal mandates, and we won, and we beat them back in court for our citizens and for our businesses. So we know New Hampshire is consistently ranked among being one of the safest states when it comes to COVID. Now having one of the lowest hospitalization rates in the country, and we did it without sacrificing those freedoms that we hold dear. We kept businesses open, and we let individuals and communities decide what was going to best work for them. But we also didn't go to extremes. We didn't tell small businesses who you could hire and who you could fire. We know it's not right to infringe on those businesses' rights, and it is not what the Live Free or Die state is all about. We used a team approach. Everything has to be team. It wasn't just me sitting up here, dictating from the top. Those models don't work, right? By incorporating the legislature, by incorporating the fiscal committee, by incorporating our teams at Health and Human Services and the Department of Public Health, making sure we put all those ideas on the table. We listened to our citizens. We engaged them. We asked them what they thought in these processes. We let them take the responsibility of figuring out where we could go locally. It's never easy, to be sure. It's not a one-size-fits-all. We had some tough battles, not just at the state level, but at the local level. You see some of those conversations happening, to be sure. But the nation has taken notice. The nation has taken notice of our success, and we've achieved them here in New Hampshire. So When we look at crafting guidance to keep the economy open, that was done because we asked businesses and citizens what they wanted to see. When we looked at the resiliency that we could deliver as Granite Staters and how that translated to actually what was happening in our neighborhoods, in our communities. We weren't resilient because the government said, be resilient. We were resilient because we believed in the individual. We were resilient because we believed that we could communicate and have some tough battles over some of these issues, but get to a place where, at the end of the day, it really, really worked. So now we're moving forward in the state, and we're moving forward with the mindset that COVID may be here for quite some time. Is it going to be gone this summer? I would love to be able to say it is, but we don't know that. Could be here for years. But we can manage. We can absolutely manage. We have the model. And now it's time that we turn new normal, remember that term? Let's turn new normal back to old normal. The pandemic of 2022 is not like March of 2020 because we have so many more tools in our toolbox. We have the vaccines, we have boosters, we have the at-home tests, we know so much more. We continue to let data and science dictate where we go with some of these decisions, just as we have since the very beginning. But let's also recognize a group of individuals that I know we all want to thank. None of this is possible, right? Just because government says so. No matter how good we are at this level, it's only possible when you look at flexing open that healthcare system, those healthcare workers, those doctors, those nurses, our National Guard who stepped up time and time again. I just want to take this moment on behalf of everyone in this room and simply say thank you. So I take that step back and I talk about how we did it, not just what we did. What we did was pretty great, but how we did it is very important as well. And I know I'm reading my speech here and I'm kind of going through a lot of this in my head. I know it must sound like I'm spending a lot of time just bashing on Washington, but at the end of the day, that's where it all gets bogged up. We know that. That's no secret, right? When you get into Washington, D.C., and unlike Washington, D.C., when we say we're going to do something, we do it. It doesn't mean we have the end-all, be-all answer, but we figure it out, because that's the job that we were hired to do. And I think we can all agree that it's a long time coming that, frankly, politicians in Washington could take a playbook out of New Hampshire, not out of one party or another, but out of the fact that, frankly, we're a purple state, and we still find a way to get things done. Through politics, policy, we can still find a way to make sure that at the end of the day, we're getting results. That's what we're hired to do. We're delivering something. So instead of that partisan bickering, that perpetual gridlock we see, we know that complacency, it's not in our DNA. This is New Hampshire after all, right? It's not who we are as Granite Staters. States are the ones that are really leading the management of this pandemic. And the pandemic, the opportunity with cutting taxes, the opportunity with taking some financial burden off individuals, those are states that are driving that. The states are the laboratories of democracy. And thanks to that no-nonsense approach that we design here in New Hampshire with those flexible systems, we meet the needs of our citizens. So we had a great year last year, all things being considered. It was a great year of opportunity, but there's a lot more to be done. So last year when I delivered my inaugural address, it was a little different. I had to do it in a television studio. I don't know if anybody watched. It's a little weird because I like to have more conversations as opposed to just delivering speeches and all of that. But one thing that I really tried to focus on last year coming out of 2020 was the idea that we all have to come together. Doesn't mean we all agree, but we all have to find the path so that we can head into that new year united. Not necessarily on politics or policy again, but united as Granite Staters. United with the responsibility that I know the 400 plus individuals in this room I think do collectively share. When you break through that ugly political divide, and you see that ugly political divide in a lot of other places, we can and have shown that we can get some amazing things done. So last year, let's talk about some real initiatives that I challenged folks with. And I know some of them were popular, some of them weren't popular, some of them needed to be hashed out a little more than maybe we were ready to do. But let's talk about some really innovative things. We didn't just sit on the sidelines and say, well, let's just pass the budget, let's just keep things going and we'll see what happens with COVID. We took the opportunity to still jump on to certain initiatives. Last year I talked about paid family leave, delivering it without an income tax, and the result isn't we just didn't talk about it, we actually passed that program, and right now we're developing, frankly, one of the most innovative versions of paid leave that you're going to find anywhere in the country. We talked about educational opportunity, right? We've talked about it for years, and we've nipped around the edges here and there, and we've done some really good things with educational opportunity. But this year, for the first time in our state's history, a child's zip code and their family's income no longer determine their educational options. With education, our education savings accounts are providing opportunity not just to a couple hundred, but thousands of families across this state. A concept, an idea, and an opportunity they never even imagined that they would ever have. And again, we didn't just talk about it, we found a way to do it, we got it done, and an unprecedented number of families are taking advantage of it with nothing but successful results. We talked about prioritizing cutting taxes, attracting businesses. So you cut them, and then we cut them again. Now we know we have one of the lowest tax burdens in the country, all while still delivering some of the most robust services in the country. In fact, New Hampshire is ranked #1 in the country for the dollars into the system compared to what you get out. We get a better rate of return for our tax dollars than anywhere else. And so while you cut taxes, you create financial opportunity, and you can still deliver on the obligations that you have to from a government perspective. And again, we talk about people taking notice. How do I know? We have the fastest population growth in the Northeast. That hasn't happened in a long time. Businesses are absolutely pouring in here. And we have the largest state surplus in the state's history. The tax cuts work. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know, here's one that we haven't talked about lately. Back in 2016, remember, New Hampshire had some of the highest healthcare costs in the country. It was a real issue, the fact that we were kind of up here in the Northeast, some of the highest healthcare costs in the country. And we didn't just accept it, we set out to change it. So we changed certain regulatory barriers at the state level, we changed certain policies. And what's the result? This year, we have the lowest benchmark health insurance premiums in New England, and we are now below the national average in terms of health insurance and health costs. You guys did that. So one of the issues that we talk a lot about is mental health, right? This is a national issue. Frankly, I think it's a worldwide issue. And we continue to take that challenge head on. When I came into office, the state had a mental health system that was fragmented. It was designed by bureaucrats. It didn't work for families. And we called it the unspoken crisis of our time. And unfortunately, that had only been exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. It was no accident when I decided to choose for my Commissioner of Health and Human Services a nurse that had worked her way up through the long-term care system, that had managed New Hampshire Hospital. I know a lot of folks, obviously, they see her on TV with me. A lot of folks have gotten to know Commissioner Shibboleth. But working with her and her team, we set out to dramatically transform the entire mental health system. Not just a piece of it here, not just put a little more money in there, but really transform the system to acknowledge that it is 2022. And to do things like it's 1985 doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't deliver results. And as we came through last year's COVID emergency order, I immediately issued another executive order, if you remember, and we just simply called on direct action to ensure that individuals in the mental health crisis, especially kids, receive timely and appropriate medical care. Simple statement, something everybody can agree on. But you can't just have a blue ribbon commission. You can't just write an executive order and tuck it away in a drawer somewhere. So a key piece of that transformation effort, as a lot of us know, is to increase capacity in our community-based services. Getting your services, getting your mental health supports, getting a lot of your healthcare supports in your community is simply a better way to do it. So that means providing access to mental health care for children and families before they find themselves in the crisis, before they have to walk into that emergency room. So let's talk about a couple of our successes, and I think they set a model for where we go. As a lot of folks know, we recently signed a purchase and sales agreement to buy Hampstead Hospital. It's a transformational investment to provide dedicated services specifically for New Hampshire's kids who need and deserve access to high-quality mental health providers. Just last month, we doubled down on our emergency on-demand access to mental health. So when you're in a crisis, you don't have time to wait. It isn't something that you want to study. When you're in the middle of a mental health crisis, we shouldn't be asking people to Google where to find supports. So now we have our mobile crisis support, a 24/7 crisis call center. Over the last year, we invested millions to promote youth activities as well. Not just what we do in the classroom. We have great social emotional learning programs in the classroom. We're working with kids to understand some of the pressures that can be on them and on the system and how to work through it. We're doing it through our summer camp programs outside of the classroom with kids, something that we had never even tried before, but had tremendous success with. And I'm calling on the House and Senate today. Well, I got you. I got a captive audience, right? So we've made great progress. SB 234. It's something that I find so simple, but I think it's actually a brilliant idea, and sometimes the best ideas can come in the simplest ways. It simply requires that every student ID in New Hampshire have the phone number to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, a 24/7 emergency service that is now in the pocket of every kid with access to every family member. It's so simple, it costs nothing, but will undoubtedly save lives. But we're not done, not by any means. In the next few weeks, Commissioner Shibinette and I will be bringing forward another, I think, historic opportunity for a public-private partnership that will, for the first time, provide New Hampshire with an adequate number of crisis beds for those who are most in need. Making investments in 2 brand new mental health hospitals in this state will have a profound effect, not just creating access to the beds, but also by opening the door and getting a level of workforce that we've never seen in mental health, a level of specialization that we need here in the state. We now become one of the most attractive places on the East Coast for mental health workers, for that workforce, for new programs and new ideas. And these investments are going to be coming. I hope to get everybody's support. We're not done. Just because we're investing in these new hospitals, we're taking better community services, we're making it a little easier for someone in that moment of crisis in their home to access help. We can't just rest on that. There's going to be a lot more ideas that come to the table. Every one of those ideas has to be put on that table. Every one of those ideas has to be listened to. Because whatever we design and invest in today, we can't do what we did 3 decades ago. Make fundamental change and then just kind of rest on our laurels. Sit back, go on to the next thing. The mental health challenges that our country and our state are going to face are going to be here for some time. The door's open. It's a community solution. It's a 10-year mental health plan that was designed by families, not bureaucrats. Think about that for a second, right? We didn't just have bureaucrats, right? We brought in the families to do it. That was hard. It was a lot of hard work. But allowing those ideas to come on the table opened our eyes to a world of opportunity, problems, challenges. We're taking them head on. So there's a lot to do, and all I ask is what I think everybody in this room can agree with, that when it comes to mental health, we have the chance. Let's get this thing done. Now, just a few years ago, alongside with the mental health crisis, we saw, and we're seeing daily news stories. We saw the data, and we saw that in New Hampshire, we're seeing drug-related deaths continue to skyrocket. From 2013 to 2017, the numbers were going crazy. It looked like going up the front side of Cannon Mountain. I mean, the numbers were just unbelievable. And every day we kept hearing those stories. Our drug-related deaths in that time period doubled. When I became governor, I think we said enough is enough. And instead of just pumping more money, frankly, into a failing system with little accountability, we took the challenge head on, and again, we said we're going to build a new system, a system that actually achieves results. So we have it up and running today. It's called the Doorways. And it's a system that didn't just focus on 28 days of treatment. Goodbye, good luck. That was literally how we treated a lot of the individuals who are suffering through this crisis. But the Doorways is an integrated system. It takes all of those wraparound services that are critical for the long-term success, not just a 28-day success, but the long-term success of that individual and that family. Treatment, recovery, transitional housing, recovery-friendly workplaces, harm reduction, prevention, all of that is now wrapped into a continuum. And we put it all across the state. Now we have access to 24/7 services in this area. Now, just because you live up in Coos or Grafton, we're not asking folks to drive 200 miles to get a service that frankly should be in their backyard. We're delivering those services when they want them, how they want them, and where they are. And thanks to the doorway, and frankly, the incredible men and women also that are working in that system to support it, in 2021, New Hampshire became one of the only states in America where overdose deaths did not increase. In fact, over the last 2 years, we've reduced drug overdose deaths by more than 10%, while the rest of the country has gone up 50%. We are bucking the national trend. Look, we haven't won the battle. We know this. Nearly 400 people still lost their lives to drug overdose deaths last year. We have not won the battle by far. But the tools and resources that we have deployed, citizens can rest assured, again, that we're simply just leaving no stone unturned. We're challenging ourselves to do things a little differently, and we're demanding that we get results from those systems. Now, we talk a lot about mental health, we talk a lot about opioids, but a lot of folks lately are also talking, one of the big words of the day is infrastructure. Governor, great services is important, but I live in a rural community. What are you going to do about broadband? I live in a community with contaminated groundwater. My well is contaminated, right? What are we doing for the infrastructure of the state? Because making those investments ensures that we're not just solving a problem for the next 5 or 10, but literally the next 100 years, potentially, for what might come. So during COVID in 2020, we were one of the only states to make broadband investments. This was a really amazing process. I wasn't even sure if we could get it done, but using some of the CARES Act money, we delivered new high-speed broadband to about 4,500 families all across the state, and we did it in just a couple months. And because of that model, because we were so aggressive about it back then, now that these new dollars are being made available through ARP and the infrastructure, we're going to be one of the first states, because we're just kind of copying and duplicating the model that we had that worked so successfully. We're now going to be one of the first states to deliver high-speed broadband to tens of thousands of more individuals over the next couple of years. A huge, huge opportunity. And we continue to make big investments to address PFAS contamination in our water system. Look, I was an environmental engineer, right? This is what I did. I used to drill those wells and sample that contaminated water. It was chlorinated solvents. That was one of my specialties. And I can say without a doubt that the PFAS groundwater contamination issue that we have in the state is one of the biggest environmental concerns that the state has ever seen. I see Chuck over here. I'm going to dote on Chuck a little bit. It takes leadership to really get this stuff done. When I first became governor, I don't even think I was inaugurated yet. I think this is right. I think maybe it was in December, and at the time, Senate President Morse came to me and started talking about this concept they had about a fund, and the fact we could take some of the money we had gotten from a large settlement and create a fund. And we knew that would kind of just scratch the surface, and we said, gee, how many towns could we get to? And it was a lot. There's a lot you can do with a couple $100 million, to be sure. But as over time, we've seen the need grow, and we didn't say, well, that's just it. We put a bunch of money in there. Good luck, goodbye, and good luck. We continue to make those investments. And just the last year, we made another $150 million of investments with Senator Morse's leadership, using some of the federal supports we have, using some of our local dollars, and again, making sure that this crisis that we do have for a lot of families, there are a lot of families out there still drinking bottled water all the time because they don't have access. But we're not settling on that. Senator Morse is driving forward hundreds of millions of dollars in new investments. We're taking that challenge head on. And again, it's not something that's going to solve it today, but also for the next 20 and 50 years. So thank you, Senator Morse. People talk about inflation. This is another one. I actually got a call this morning. Someone said, why aren't you solving inflation, Governor? Look, I get the sentiment. We're all feeling it, right? Especially low-income families. Inflation is the worst tax you can possibly put upon a low-income family. They have to put gas in their tank just as much as anybody else. So to not address that at the national level, there's only so much we know we can do at the state level, but I think we've put some innovative stuff in there. But to not address that at the national level, to not address the fact that fuel costs are skyrocketing, and in a place like New Hampshire, people have to heat their homes. Have you seen some of the fuel oil bills coming to your constituents lately? It's out of control. Is there any sense that Washington is addressing the fuel issue, that is addressing the inflationary pressures on our system? No. Now, that's where I think New Hampshire stepped up and said, we're going to cut taxes. We're going to take financial burdens off of our citizens. We're going to do what we can to offset those national pressures that are coming. We know that increasing those costs, and when we see those costs skyrocketing, it hurts our job creators, our families, seniors on fixed incomes, right? They have to feel that heating, that oil, that inflationary pressure as much as anybody else. So I think what we've seen over the past year, it reinforces a philosophy on energy in particular that I try to always bring to the table. First and foremost, we have to prioritize our ratepayers, and we have to make sure our policy decisions don't unduly overburden them. And when possible, we want to strive to make New Hampshire solutions that are innovative and also responsible. So having a more of a methodical way of addressing energy policy in New Hampshire over the past few years has proven to be, I think, incredibly successful. Over the last 5 years, I just saw this statistic. Over the last 5 years, the increase in energy costs for Massachusetts double that of New Hampshire. That's pretty incredible. Let me say that a different way. If we had just done what Massachusetts did, with all of their projects saying yes to everything across the table, an extra $100 million of burden would have been placed on our low-income families, our senior citizens. They would have had to pay another $100 million just to turn on the light switch. That's wrong. So we took a step back, and we knew we weren't going to go down a path blindly. We can be much smarter. We stepped up, we established a Department of Energy. You know, one thing that I noticed is that when I looked at historically what was happening, every project that came across individuals' desks, we just fund it, right? The lobbyists would get involved. The special interests would get involved. Oh, just fund it. We don't want to take the political hit. The political win is standing up for your citizens who have to pay those bills every single month, right? And so we said we can still be smart about how we do renewable energy. We fought hard to do solar panels and solar projects, but you know what? Let's put them on the low-income families' locations first, right? Maybe they're inner city locations. Maybe they're mobile home parks. Maybe they're senior citizens' homes. We all get the environmental benefit, but let's let those who have the least amount of possibility to pay those high burdens, let's let those be the first at the trough to get the financial benefits when we do that. It's just very strategic, as opposed to we're going to do a little bit of everything everywhere. Offshore wind. I'm incredibly proud that, again, we finally established this Office for Offshore Wind Industry and Development, because we can do it in a very responsible way. Clean, reliable offshore wind will be a reality here in New Hampshire, no doubt. You might not be able to see it, it's going to be way off the coast, but I guarantee you we're all going to get the benefits of that. And we didn't just run through the door first, right? We saw how some of these other projects are playing out. We saw how some of those costs are being managed. And my point in all this is just saying we're finding smarter ways to do things. Net metering, right? We had the net metering battle going on in the legislature, in our office, for a couple years. But last year we found a way to bring folks together, find a compromise, move forward on net metering with clean energy, with more solar power, and letting the cities and towns actually dictate their energy future for themselves. A huge, huge win. I see Michael Vos out there, Senator Avard. A lot of folks really came together to make that happen. Thank you, guys. You know, a couple years ago, I'm not sure which speech it was. I think I was before the legislature. I'm not sure which time, but one of the things that I said was that, you know, those of us that are born here in New Hampshire, we're lucky, and those that move here are smart. Apparently, there's a lot of really smart people moving into New Hampshire, right? Because we're seeing this real population boom that we haven't seen in a long, long time. But they are families that are coming here and businesses that are coming here for a specific reason, right? They didn't just throw a dart on a map and say, well, maybe New Hampshire will be okay. They very strategically said, that's where I want to be. And they're coming out of California, they're coming out of Nevada, they're coming out of New York and New Jersey and Michigan, Minnesota. But these are families that are looking for low taxes. They're looking for good schools. They're looking for a sense of community. They're looking for that quality of life and living that we talk about with the mountains and the lakes and the rivers and the oceans. And when you look at the opportunities that we provide, there's no place that people want to be more in the Northeast than right here in New Hampshire. So that presents opportunities and challenges, to be sure. And so one of our biggest challenges that we are seeing, that we talk about almost on a daily basis now, is the availability of housing for working families. Our state shortage of available housing was further squeezed by the pandemic. Everyone started pouring in. And so we can just harp on the challenge, or we can say, where's the opportunity, right? Where's the opportunity, again, to make the right investments, the right regulatory changes, invest in the infrastructure, not just for tomorrow, but really for the long term. I created the Council on Housing Stability in November of 2020. And that council really designed kind of a 3-year plan. It aims to reduce homelessness and really attack the homelessness issue, which we see rampant all across this country, but we have our issues here as well. We can't ignore that. It really aims to increase housing units for working families by over 13,000 units in the next 3 years, which sounds like a lot, but it is achievable. It is an achievable goal that is within our grasp. So I'll continue to ask the legislature. I know it got put on hold, but we have SB 400, a bill that Senator Bradley, hey Jeff, how are you? Senator Bradley really championed. SB 400 really creates some regulatory flexibilities and some incentives at the local level to really move things forward, because that's where we see things stalling out. But we know that SB 400 just won't be enough. I've repeatedly asked the federal government, right? We have this rental relief money that comes in and mortgage relief money that is coming in. And I've asked the federal government multiple times, can you give us some flexibility? Those things might be super important, top priority in other parts of the country. It's important here, to be sure, but let us take some of those funds that are currently being unused and find ways to create actual more housing, right? You want to solve the housing problem in New Hampshire, bricks and mortar, creating more. They said no, the federal government won't give any more flexibility on any of those funds. I'm not deterred. I don't think anybody should be deterred, frankly. So we know that we do have to make an investment today. We know that we can move forward, create more of that workforce housing, but just as important, do so in a way, and this is the important part, in a way that really preserves who we are in our communities, what we're about, whether it's in the small towns or our larger cities, preserve everything we are as Granite Staters. And we have a shared responsibility to our neighbors and to our businesses that are relying on the housing to get the workforce so that they can keep growing here and taking advantage of all the opportunity that we're creating for them. This is the way we do it in New Hampshire. Now today, because we've had so much financial success, I'm proposing the InvestNH Housing Incentive Fund, a historic $100 million fund using ARP dollars to rebuild and expand housing for our next generation. So it's a multi-tiered approach. Let me walk you through it. First step, my proposal will invest $60 million in flexible grants to match investments for multifamily housing projects already ready to move and getting into the building stages. And one of the issues that we know we have is slow or uncertain permitting at the local level. That happens a lot. So I want to incentivize towns, right? Not with the stick. We do things in New Hampshire with the carrot. We want to incentivize them. So with this plan, I'm calling for a $30 million commitment to reward municipalities that can approve permits within 6 months of application. Those grants will be made directly to the towns to offset the costs that they may see and increase their ability to invest locally. Third, I want to create, this is a little bit of an interesting one, something I heard all across the state, a $5 million demolition fund. We found all these projects across the state that weren't moving forward because we had dilapidated housing, often from the 20s or 30s or 40s. The cost to remove that housing or do the environmental cleanup for those projects was too much. So the developer wouldn't do it, the town wouldn't do it. So they wanted, the town or city might want new housing to move in, but you had this dilapidated housing. That was, frankly, an environmental problem, a plight. It lowered property values and inhibited that development growth that we want to see. So a $5 million demolition grant fund for those communities to help match some of the costs and offset some of the costs that they might have to really clear a way for new, sustainable, well-designed, well-built housing. And finally, I want to invest directly into the cities and towns by providing $5 million in planning grants and zoning grants. So many towns are looking for the assistance to update their planning and zoning laws. We have towns that haven't changed zoning and planning laws in 40 years here. Right? They have to bring in a consultant. It might take some cost. They don't have that money for whatever reason. So let's create a fund, again, to help them at the local level move their process a little faster, a little further along. That brings more, again, attracts more investment, brings more developers in, and ultimately gets it done. These investments are critical. They are absolutely critical in ensuring that New Hampshire continues to be the #1 destination in New England. The housing is for workers. They are for families. They're for those who contribute to our community. They go to our schools. They boom our economy. And so the data is very clear. Housing creates regional stabilities for families and businesses. And that's a win that I'm hoping the legislature can help us deliver on. So back in 2020, New Hampshire, we took an aggressive approach, I think, and the right approach in tackling issues surrounding law enforcement accountability, our correctional reforms, modernizing our detention systems. We ensured that law enforcement worked in conjunction with community leaders to develop our Commission on Law Enforcement Accountability. We call it LEACT. New Hampshire law enforcement remains the gold standard across the country. It really does. From the very local level in the small towns, working seamlessly with the state police, with our federal partners. In fact, our system is so good, working so seamlessly, not just building up fiefdoms, but working together as a team, that we are out teaching other states how to do it. We're working across the borders in Maine and Vermont and Massachusetts, right? So knowing that we were able to do that gave us the opportunity to really take on some of the challenges and do it together, right? And do it in a very comprehensive way. The LEACT Commission that we put together was able to move forward on a lot of the initiatives and a lot of the ideas that they had. Some were at police standard and training, some happened right here in the legislature, some we could do with executive order, some required funding, some were as simple as body cams for our cops, and some were more advanced as how we're going to train and teach and work with law enforcement in a seamless way, right? State, local, and federal. But we also looked very aggressively, and this legislature deserves a lot of credit, looked very aggressively at our correction system designed for youth, for our kids. After years of inaction, we brought from the shadows the horrific cases of abuse that occurred at New Hampshire's youth detention facility in Manchester. The Attorney General's office continues the comprehensive criminal investigation into these allegations, and while the abuse may have occurred many years or even decades ago, I think I speak for everyone in here when I say that we are not going to stop until we've brought all those perpetrators to justice. And to that end, working with the Attorney General, and I know he's brought to this legislature a proposal to set a $100 million settlement fund for compensating these victims. It's the sensible thing to do. It's the right thing to do. I hope you'll support me in creating the fund so we can bring closure to what has been an incredibly painful process. We got to move the current group of kids, right? We can't forget we still have kids in that facility today. And again, we got to make sure that we're providing not just the security around those children, but a model that works for them, a 21st century thinking model. And so bringing those group of kids to more of a treatment-focused model, and then frankly bulldoze that, I won't use a swear word, bulldoze that darn building to the ground once and for all in the city of Manchester. That's the opportunity I see. Community-based services, treatment-based services, saying we're going to move beyond a failed system of the past, we're going to write what we need to write, and we're designing for the future in a way that can be more sustainable and create a better product for all of us. So despite our ranking as the #1 state in public safety in the United States, we obviously know that there is still a lot more to do to keep communities safe. That's always a challenge that we need to take on. I was very grateful. I saw just yesterday the Senate passed SB 294 that will ensure violent criminals don't automatically walk free on bail. I mean, who wants to see a violent criminal walk free on bail? I'm not sure how everyone in this room isn't standing up for that, frankly. It's critical in protecting victims of domestic violence. Attackers shouldn't be able just to walk right out and prey on their victims once again. And this legislature is standing up and doing something about it. So at a time when law enforcement across the country, they are faced with unspeakable danger, we have to continue and stand up for a system that prioritizes safe communities above all else. With that gold standard for public safety, SB 294 will make us safer. Do whatever you can. Get that bill to my desk so we can get it done. Thank you, guys. So I'd like to close. I know it was longer than y'all thought, longer than I thought. I apologize. A lot of good stuff. We're excited. But I want to close with a really exciting opportunity and a project. It's not necessarily the last project we're going to do, but the last one I'll kind of push here because I think it's an incredible opportunity. One area that I think we are all passionate about is supporting our veterans, right, and our active military service members. We do a great job of that here in New Hampshire. We can always do more, to be sure, but we always make sure that that is on the front of our mindset. This past year, we opened a new state-of-the-art homeless facilities for our veterans, for struggling veterans. We know we can do more. I want to talk about a project that I think's a little bigger, a little broader, a little more encompassing, and a little more 21st century in terms of what our obligation, our responsibility is to deliver for those individuals, those heroes that stand up for the United States of America. A lot of New Hampshire citizens have answered that call to service. It's a proud legacy in our state, something that we're all eternally grateful for. But over the past few months, I've been working with Adjutant General David Michaelitis, some folks in legislative leadership, some folks with our veteran support groups around the state on a proposal that takes advantage of an opportunity in a partnership with Easter Seals, a great nonprofit group that does a lot of different things here in New Hampshire. This $21 million initiative will create a very unique, all-encompassing Veterans Campus. And so the Veterans Campus is being proposed for a site up in Franklin, New Hampshire. It's designed to really integrate veterans, active military, their families, a campus that includes housing, support services, a retreat center, an integration of care coordination, therapeutic and recreational services, all designed by veterans and military personnel for veterans and military personnel. And I think that with this project moving forward like never before, New Hampshire is going to be that gold standard, I keep using that term, but that gold standard, as we should be for those who have stood up for us so bravely across this country, but designing a campus that integrates all of these amazing services, because at the end of the day, it's about the health and wellness of American heroes. We're going to push out a lot of more details and information. It's a project that's moving along very aggressively, and I hope the legislature will find a way to support it. So, in closing, we have had a lot of success over the last year. There's no doubt about it, even with all the challenges we face, and a lot more opportunity ahead of us. Let's not take any of our progress for granted. As I say, we don't just rest on our laurels of success. You got to keep driving forward and keep putting new ideas on the table. Now, too often we see it on the national level especially. We see folks really in this country fighting in the extremes. We see ideological differences that can bring great ideas to a screeching halt. And sometimes it's all over some political turf battle more than anything. We can't let that happen here in New Hampshire. As a state, we're moving full speed ahead, but we can't get bogged down or disrupted by those extremes. And we have to have the courage to reject a lot of those notions. The citizens of this state did not hire us just to be political ideologues. They hired us to do a job. They hired us to get results. And frankly, if you're here to get attention over the fight that frankly gets us nowhere, I don't think any of us have any patience for that. And I have never, and I will never, let our process and our opportunity be hijacked by radical elements on either side of the aisle. This is New Hampshire. I know you see it on the news all the time. It happens in Washington every day. I don't see anybody trying to stand up and really stop it. Here in New Hampshire, we work hard to keep it from holding us back. Let's not let social media dictate our priorities or our sentiments. It's not really real. I think a lot of us know that. Let's not fixate on cable news as opposed to...
Without objection, we're going to adjourn from the governor's address and take a brief recess.
Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please.
Representative Tucker, would you please come up front? Representative Tucker. Representative Tucker.
Watch out for the live mic. Podium. Yeah, I saw him walking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the House will now attend to the continuation of the regular calendar, beginning with House Bill 1535 FM from the Committee on Executive Departments Administration.
Okay, we don't have a debate, but we do have a couple conflicts to list for you.
Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1535 FN, an act relative to cost of living adjustments for retirees in the state retirement system. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Carol McGuire for the committee. The amendment is 0551H, printed in House Record 6, page 69. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1535 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it is referred to Finance. Representatives Shapiro, Andrus, Moffett, McDonald, and Gordon declared a conflict of interest and did not participate in the vote. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1587 FNA, an act relative to determination of average final compensation under the retirement system and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Tom Lanzera for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Santonasto for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Santonasto for
Pearson should go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a second. Chair recognizes Representative Pearson.
Mike, C1, microphones.
Testing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. It's been an interesting day. The governor mentioned and talked about the prison system. I want to touch on that a little bit. We have a crisis in New Hampshire right now that a lot of people are not aware of. At this point in time, only 50% of the positions in the state prison system are staffed. We're using National Guard troops right now in our prison in the state of New Hampshire. And as a result of that, we've had some interesting things occur. We heard testimony in committee from a female corrections officer who has been forced in this past year to work 100-hour weeks on mandatory overtime. She's worked for the state for quite a long time. She's had enough. So she went over and talked to the retirement system. And the retirement system said, thank you for working 100-hour work weeks this past year, but none of that's going to count. She was taken aback, as most of you would think you would be, as you've paid in from your paycheck over that time period, to then have the retirement system say, sorry, that year that you sacrificed doesn't count. And what we learned in committee and consultation with the retirement system was that, in fact, money was being taken from her paycheck based on her income and not counting towards her pension calculation, but going into the general retirement fund. I tell you this, if money's taken from someone's paycheck and placed in any sort of a general type fund, that is an income tax by its very definition. Nowhere in the private sector does an investment require you to pay for 5 years and then not count your contributions to your investment portfolio. So I ask you, colleagues, to support House Bill 1587 and remove the first responder income tax loophole in our statute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Notstone for a speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, C3. I had a question for the previous speaker.
Does the member yield to a question? Member does not yield. You may begin, Representative. Oh. Wait a minute.
Microphone D1.
Mr. Speaker? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Santonastasso. Mr. Speaker, currently in statute, final compensation calculation for all New Hampshire retirees is the same. This bill unfairly increases the final compensation just for Group 2 retirees and leaves Group 1 the way it is. This is because the cost to include Group 1 would be too expensive. Instead of increasing retirement benefits for one class of retirees, we should work on a solution that is fair to both. If we pass this bill, the problem will return as Group 1 retirees demand the same benefit. Since the cost is too high, the legislator will be unable to give them the same benefit, putting us in a corner to explain why Group 1 doesn't deserve the same calculation or walk back the benefit to Group 2. The retirement system is already dealing with a $6 billion unfunded liability. If we're going to use the general fund for the retirement system, we should consider stopping the bleeding before adding this additional ongoing liability. This bill leaves the open question on the possibility of gaming the retirement system, sometimes referred to as pension spiking. This would be some sort of scheme where an employee games his wages in such a way that earns him a retirement greater than intended. Lastly, to suggest we need this nuanced change in the way the retirement benefit is calculated to retain and recruit public workers is ridiculous. The labor shortage is a universal problem over the entire economy, regardless of what the retirement benefit provided. If it was the case that the labor shortage was correlated with retirement package, then maybe this argument would be sound. So I'm asking to vote no on House Bill 1587, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
No question.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Lanzero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. D2, I rise in support of 1587. Fire stations, police stations, correctional facilities across New Hampshire are suffering from staffing shortages. This impacts our public safety. Our communities are now relying on fewer people to do these jobs, leading to staggering amounts of forced overtime. The brave men and women protecting our state are already contributing over 11.5% in order to fund their pension. However, when you calculate their contributions, their highest 5 years of compensation over base is excluded. This means that the employee is not working more hours in an attempt to make up what was changed in the New Hampshire retirement system in 2011. But their retirement calculation is not a true representation of what they've paid into the system. This is one of the many issues currently impacting recruitment and retention across the state. New Hampshire is losing more first responders than gaining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is going to be a division vote. Members will take their seats. Roll call has been requested.
Who requested the roll call?
Standing up right there. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded.
Roll call.
Question for the Speaker.
What's the reason to memorize?
Question about the process for passing this bill. So this is a two-committee bill. It's going to go on to Finance after this. If members might support the bill but have concerns about the cost, does the Finance Committee have the power to reduce the total cost amount on this bill?
Okay, all right. Yeah, I couldn't hear you, Representative. The Finance Committee will obviously have deliberations on this bill. That if it passes, that's where it'll go.
All right, thank you.
This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Santonastaso for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this favors one class of retiree over another, and if I know that we are creating an opportunity for pension spiking, and if I know this adds a larger liability to the retirement system, and if I know the labor shortage is a universal problem and not just isolated to public workers, then would I press the red button so another motion could be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Pratt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know no private investment fund would take your money for 5 years and tell you it doesn't count. If I know taking money based on income at the rate 11.55 to 11.8 and not apply it towards the final income calculation is an income tax. And if I know further, know as a past fire standards and training commissioner of 18 years, that occupations like fire, police, and corrections have seen a dramatic decrease in applications in the last several years. And if I believe we need to do everything within reason to make sure the citizens of the state receive the law enforcement protection, the fire protection, and the EMS services that are needed, will I now press the green button to send this to Finance? Thank you.
The question is on the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1587. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Baruti, Representative Belanger, Representative Kaplan, Representative De Palma, Representative Dotsie, Representative Grassi, Representative Kenny, Representative Langley, Representative Sofakidis, Representative Van, it was Dotsie, not Dutsie, sorry.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 232 voting yea, 113 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And is under the House rules, it is referred to the Committee on Finance. Senator Vandross declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1590 FN Local, an act relative to municipalities withdrawing from the state retirement system. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Steve Pearson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study, Representative Matthew Santonasto for the minority of the committee. The question before us now is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division.
The question before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1590 FN Local. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Allegro, Representative Bouchard, Representative Chrétien, Representative Hill, Representative Hobson, Representative Moran, Representative Litchfield, thank you. Representative Schuett. Representative Sheehan. Representative Salloway. Representative Yokella.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to say to the vote. 287 voting yea, 57 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1536 FN, Act relative to expanding Medicaid to include certain postpartum health care services. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Erica Leon for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Joe Shapiro for the minority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
To table.
The motion before us is a proper motion. The motion to table has been accepted. The motion to table. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division.
Yeah. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1536. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that maternal health and the health of our very youngest citizens is an investment that will repay itself many times over, would I now vote red on the tabling motion so we may debate the bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that states like New Hampshire, who expanded Medicaid, have 6% fewer beds today, and states that did not adopt it have more beds, and if I know that today one of our biggest crises is the number of hospital beds we have for COVID and non-COVID patients, and further, if I knew that right now we cannot take anybody off of our Medicaid rolls for income eligibility because of those current rules, would I know that this is something that can wait into a later date when we know the impact of our hospital system, and therefore press the green button to table this bill?
The question before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1536. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Acton, Representative Bortz, Representative Dostie. Representative Kalansky, Representative Lockman, Representative Moran. Representative Sheehan. Representative Wilhelm. Representative Ankerberg.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 161 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Motion to lay on the table.
No, table is adopted.
I correct myself, the motion to lay on the table is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1578 FN, an act relative to including certain children, pregnant people in Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate, Dennis Acton from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Shapiro for the minority of the committee.
Mr.
For
Speaker.
what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion
State your motion.
to table.
The motion is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1578 FN. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division.
She's down for the PI. Oh, that's true. The question before us is the tabling motion for House Bill 1578. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we care about promoting the health of both mothers and their unborn children in this state, and if we know that preventative services and adequate health care is an investment that saves us money and reduces the use of critical emergency services and in-hospital beds long term, and if we know that we ought to extend these benefits to the very newest of our citizens, would I now vote red on the tabling motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that refugees already have access to Medicaid coverage, and if I knew that while this bill states that it is for legal immigrants, testimony in committee spoke almost exclusively to the need of those who came into compliance with the law only after being detained for their status. And if I knew that states who have extended this generosity on the backs of their taxpayers are facing insolvency and therefore are losing the ability to help anyone, would I then press the green button to table this bill?
The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1578. This is the division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abel, Representative Chase,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 161 voting nay. The motion to table is adopted. Majority of Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1604 FN, Act including state medical facilities and the statute providing medical freedom and immunizations. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Leah Cushman from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jerry Kinnock for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0554H, printed in House Record 6, page 81. Are you ready for the question on the adoption of the amendment? For what reason does the member rise?
I had signed up to speak against the amendment.
Okay. Chair, yep. Chair recognizes Representative Kinnock.
Thank you,
to
Mr.
speak
Speaker.
against the amendment.
The Medical Freedom from Immunization statute, which prohibited vaccine mandates, exempted from statute the county nursing homes, the New Hampshire State Hospital, or any other medical facility operated by the state of New Hampshire or any political subdivision thereof. And this would allow them to mandate vaccinations for healthcare workers for the protection of their patients and residents if needed. HB 1604 would repeal that exemption. The amendment limits the exemption to facilities which are subject to the Centers of Medicaid and Medicare Services COVID-19 vaccination mandate for healthcare facilities which receive Medicare or Medicaid funds in order to not conflict with that CMS mandate. Now, that would appear to solve a conflict, but it really doesn't, because the amendment also mandates that such facilities shall automatically, upon request, grant an exemption from vaccination to any person who simply requests an exemption for medical, religious, or conscientious objection reasons, without any documentation as to the medical reason, the religious basis, or the conscientious objection. This is in conflict with the rules promulgated by CMS with regard to the COVID-19 vaccination mandate, which requires documentation of the medical reason for the medical exemption signed by a licensed practitioner, documentation of religious exemptions, and does not allow conscientious objection as an exemption. This would place our facilities out of compliance with the CMS mandate and at risk of civil penalties, loss of reimbursement for Medicare and Medicaid patients, and ultimately termination from the Medicare and Medicaid programs. Remember, Medicaid pays the bill for 2/3 of our nursing home residents. And also, since compliance with federal regulation is required for accreditation facilities, lack of compliance with the mandate will also lead to loss of accreditation and therefore risk of losing payment from private insurers as well. The state of New Hampshire would then need to backfill that revenue loss in order to keep those facilities running, starting with at least the $200 million annually, which is the federal share of Medicaid funding for long-term care in New Hampshire alone. Now, the majority has claimed that CMS will not stop the reimbursement, as it has not happened in other states who have put similar laws in place. But that is not any guarantee, as the mandate is new and enforcement actions have not commenced yet. Vaccination mandates in the healthcare setting are crucial and they are common. Even though transmission can still occur with a breakthrough COVID infection, vaccinated workers will still have a far lower rate of infection. So the risk of transmission to a patient on the aggregate at the population level will be diminished with vaccination. And since hospitals and long-term care facilities care for vulnerable individuals, they must do everything they can to maintain safety, and that includes a reasonable expectation of a patient or a resident in a nursing home from unnecessary exposure to an infectious respiratory disease from the healthcare worker who cares for them. The U.S. Supreme Court, ruling on January 13, 2022, upheld the CMS mandate for vaccination of healthcare workers, staying the lower court injunction. The majority of the committee discounts this as, quote, just a stay, end quote, but the text of the Supreme Court decision makes it clear that they support the CMS vaccine mandate, saying, quote, we accordingly conclude that the Secretary did not exceed his statutory authority in requiring that, in order to remain eligible for Medicare and Medicaid dollars, the facilities covered by the interim rule must ensure that their employees be vaccinated against COVID-19, end quote. That makes it clear that if the lower court decision ultimately makes it to the Supreme Court on appeal, that they will uphold the mandate, and to date, no appeal of the lower court injunction has been filed. In summary, both the bill as introduced and the amendment place us out of compliance with the CMS vaccination mandate with significant consequences. So I would ask you to vote no. That's the red button on the amendment to HB 1604. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon to speak in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, Glencliff Home, our New Hampshire Hospital, and our nursing homes are functioning with their current staff, not all of whom have complied with the vaccine mandates today. We heard testimony of one facility where only 87% of the healthcare staff have confirmed vaccination status. So we may be losing 13% of the staff if we don't provide an opportunity to meet and grant these exemptions. You might question how the safety has been if there's 13% of the employees who either are unvaccinated or unwilling to disclose their status. Glencliff Home went over a year without a case of COVID. Our nursing homes, county nursing homes, are doing a phenomenal job. The system is working well, and providing these exemptions will allow our healthcare system to continue to function well. Now, we have the question about the right of conscience. When we look to our Constitution in Article 4, Part 1, it talks about those rights that are unalienable, which cannot be traded away or given away, because there is no fair trade for those rights. And among those is the right of conscience. We speak to our religious freedom in the Constitution in Article 5 of Part 1. We may or may not know that that freedom to practice religion is based upon one's own conscience and reason. In New Hampshire, the right of religion includes the right of conscience. I believe that that is a very strong case, that this is within our rights and our duties to protect our staff from having to make a choice that they may not be comfortable doing, and to protect our patients by keeping staffing levels appropriate. We have a shortage. This is a solution. I ask for you to vote in favor of this amendment and press the green button.
This will be a division vote on the amendment.
Division!
Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
The question before us is the amendment to House Bill 1604. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Knirk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the United States Supreme Court has already rendered an opinion that clearly supports the CMS mandate requiring vaccination of healthcare workers and institutions which receive reimbursement from Medicaid and Medicare, and if I know that HB 1604 as amended would place the state of New Hampshire in conflict with the rules of the CMS mandate, and if I also know that the healthcare workforce shortage has been present for a number of years prior to COVID-19, and that healthcare facilities which have imposed vaccine mandates have had nearly complete compliance rather than mass resignation. And if I know that lack of compliance with this mandate may lead to loss of accreditation of our institutions, loss of Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement, leading to the need for the state of New Hampshire to backfill hundreds of $millions in funding to keep our nursing homes and hospitals open, would I then vote no with the red button on the amendment so that we can move forward with this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Leon
Thank you, Mr.
for a
Speaker.
parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understood 87% not to be near complete, and if I understood that despite media reports, the Supreme Court did not make a ruling, it gave an opinion, which has far less weight and suggests that this is still in play. And if I knew that state laws will have a significant role in how exemptions are handled going forward, would I then press the green button to adopt the committee amendment?
Question before us is the amendment on 1604. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abramson. Representative Ayer. Representative Amanda Bolden. Representative Dostie. Representative Hunt. Representative Ham. I got you. I got you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. I haven't voted.
can't vote on anything you're going to say.
House will be in order. As it is my privilege as Speaker to break the tie, I vote yea. The vote is 174 to 173. The committee amendment is adopted. The question now before us is on the House Bill 1604, Majority Report of Ought to Pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Knurk to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I already noted, HB 1604 as amended would place our facilities out of compliance with the CMS COVID-19 vaccination mandate for healthcare workers which work in facilities that receive Medicare or Medicaid funds, and at risk of civil penalties, loss of reimbursement for Medicare and Medicaid patients, and ultimately termination from the Medicare and Medicaid programs. We have seen that when vaccination mandates were placed in various places, such as at Dartmouth, that the vaccination rate skyrocketed. We did not see mass resignation. Lack of compliance with these CMS mandate will lead to loss of accreditation to facilities as well, and therefore the risk of losing payment from private insurers as well. This loss of reimbursement is going to require the state of New Hampshire to backfill hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to keep our hospitals and nursing homes open. Are we really prepared to do that? Vaccination mandates in the healthcare setting are crucial, common, and responsible. Since hospitals and long-term care facilities care for vulnerable individuals, they must do everything they can to maintain safety. And that includes a reasonable expectation of a patient or a resident not to face unnecessary exposure to an infectious respiratory disease from the healthcare worker who is caring for them. The U.S. Supreme Court has upheld the CMS mandate for vaccination of healthcare workers, staying that lower court decision, and again, the text of the Supreme Court decision makes it clear they support the CMS mandate. We would be out of compliance with that at our peril. So please vote no with the red button on the motion of ought to pass with amendment so that another motion can be made, and I request a division vote, please. Thank you.
Member yield to questions?
In the interest of time, no.
Member does not yield. The chair recognizes Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1604 repeals an exception in the Medical Freedom and Immunizations Act that was added during the Committee of Conference last year and restores the law to the version that was passed by this body and the other chamber, with one distinction, which was necessary to allow compliance with the federal CMS COVID vaccine mandate. You may have heard from lobbyists that if this bill is passed, it would result in the loss of Medicare and Medicaid funds and certification for our state medical facilities. The truth is, this bill as amended allows for near-perfect compliance with CMS survey requirements, allowing for medical and religious exemptions. A third exemption, the right of conscience exemption, is not delineated in the CMS rule. However, it is a right guaranteed in Part 1, Article 4 of the New Hampshire State Constitution, and the state of New Hampshire cannot be permitted to violate its own constitution by not permitting such an exemption. Other states, such as Florida and Arkansas, have passed and implemented laws that require additional exemptions than what is expressly permitted in the CMS rule, and have had no issues of loss of funding for their facilities and providers. Their surveying agencies have simply informed CMS of the law and have continued conducting their surveys and issuing certification. CMS made no indication that they would be pulling funding, denying reimbursement, or in any way penalizing those states. The Supreme Court upheld the authority of CMS to issue a COVID vaccine mandate, but only in part, sending the case back to a lower court with the opinion that adjustments need to be made surrounding exemptions for employees. The state of Florida and the National Association for Health Facilities Survey Agencies, which represents agencies across the country that perform these surveys, expect forthcoming adjustments in the CMS rule to allow for articulation with the conflicting state laws as these conflicting laws with additional exemptions, such as for natural immunity, right of conscience, and others, are expected to increase this year across the nation. At the end of the day, CMS exists to provide payment for health care costs for the most needy, and slight variations and exemptions for COVID mandates will not result in denial of payment for services to these people. This bill will be going to finance if passed by this body today. The bill only applies to those facilities that are owned by the state of New Hampshire and its political subdivisions, not private businesses. The Attorney General of New Hampshire has ruled that the Medical Freedom and Immunizations Act that this bill affects only applies to COVID-19 vaccinations, and nothing in this bill prohibits or impedes the ability of these facilities to employ mitigation strategies such as screenings, testing, and PPE policies for employees. There was already a healthcare workforce shortage in our county nursing homes before the CMS rule, and it has only worsened since then. The county nursing homes are constantly running short on staff. All American citizens, including medical professionals, already have a right to accommodations for medical issues under the Americans with Disabilities Act and for religious beliefs under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Unfortunately for healthcare workers, employers have changed the process from one of checking a box and signing a form for exemption, as was typically done for flu shots, to one that amounts to be a degrading and intrusive exchange that at times demands years of medical history of an employee, including medical records, or a religious inquisition where a representative from HR makes arbitrary and discriminatory judgments on the validity of a person's religion. It is nearly impossible to get a medical exemption because doctors fear punishment from regulatory boards for writing them. Many companies are just outright denying all exemptions against federal law. This is illegal, but most people do not have the ability or finances to sue for their rights. This bill ensures that that can no longer happen in our state medical facilities. An employee simply submits a simple statement requesting an exemption. As the risks and poor effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines become clearer and the harm that mandates create is brought into focus, other countries like the United Kingdom have started to eliminate their mandates for healthcare workers. The UK cited low vaccine efficacy against Omicron variant and a critical healthcare worker shortage in their decision to drop their mandate. How does it make sense that some nursing homes in New Hampshire are permitting positively tested nurses and other staff to work, but not unvaccinated staff? In healthcare, we have the right of bodily autonomy. It's the nurse's job to ensure self-determination for patients, and it needs to be protected for everyone, including how they still have their right of health, conscience, and beliefs to consider when making personal medical decisions. That right must be preserved for healthcare workers as well. When it comes to staffing shortages, the ones who suffer the most when there are not enough workers in a facility are the patients. After patients, it's the remaining staff who suffer. We need to prevent burnout and moral distress for our healthcare workers. The state of New Hampshire needs to set the standard and say that it's unethical and unconstitutional to deny skilled, competent medical professionals employment and to deny patients the staff to take care of them. Please support this bill, and I request a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. There has been a request for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
The motion before us on House Bill 1604 is the majority report of ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Knirk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the United States Supreme Court has already rendered an opinion that it clearly supports the CMS mandate requiring vaccination of healthcare workers in institutions which receive reimbursement from Medicare and Medicaid, and if I know that HB 1604 as amended would place the state of New Hampshire in conflict with the rules of the CMS vaccine mandate, and if I know that lack of compliance with this mandate may lead to loss of accreditation of our institutions and loss of Medicare and Medicaid reimbursements, leading to the need for the state of New Hampshire to backfill hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to keep our hospitals and nursing homes open, and if I know also that it is so soon after the mandate that of course payment has not been withheld in other states, as there are steps in enforcement that occur before that. And if we make assumptions about CMS revising their rules, we do that at our peril. And if I know that the healthcare workforce shortage predated the mandate, would I then vote no using that nice red button on the OTPA motion so that another motion can be brought forth? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gay for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our overworked and understaffed healthcare workers are sincerely concerned for their patients and take great care to follow rules of safety, and if I know that facilities impacted by this bill currently only have 87% compliance and still have maintained a high level of safety, and if I know that the legally authorized exemptions are supported by our New Hampshire Constitution's Declaration of the Unalienable Right of Conscience, then wouldn't I press the green button to pass this bill that will allow these facilities to keep operating safely as they are?
Question before us on House Bill 1604 is the majority report of ought to pass that as amended. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DeLemus. Representative Amanda Bolden. Representative Chase.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 174 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And by rules of the House, it is sent to Finance.
Aaron said we're about 3/4 of the way done, so if they haven't received their lunch, please stay in their seats.
All right. Almost everybody has got their lunch, only a few don't. If you don't have it, stay in your seats. We have one lunchtime announcement, and let's get back here at 1 o'clock. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my co-sponsors for coming up and standing here with me. Just a quick update. Ballots polling is still open out there on chocolate voting. Please come out and rank your favorite chocolates. There's plenty of write-in options as well. Polling will be open until 3 p.m. today, and then tomorrow you all will get an email showing you exactly how it has turned out. And I will say that the Acting Secretary of State, David Scanlon, has also participated in the election. Thank you.
Recess till 1.
We are in recess till 1 o'clock. Members, take your seats. This is your 2-minute warning. One minute. Before we get on to the next bill in our calendar, I want everybody to take about a little bit of time and wish JB, happy birthday. Today's his birthday. I won't tell you his age. Majority Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred HB 1609 FN. An act relative to the scope of the Fetal Protection Act, having considered the same, report the same. The following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark Pearson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Jerry Knirk from the minority of the committee. The debate is going to be on the amendment, which is 0048H, printed in House Record 6, pages 82 through 83. Chair recognizes Representative Knirk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today. By the way, I'm sorry, we are speaking the amendment at this point, correct, sir? Mr. Speaker, we are doing the amendment at this point, correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
This is on the amendment, yes.
Yes. I rise today to speak against the committee amendment to HB 1609. 1609, as introduced, corrects some of the most troublesome provisions of the Fetal Life Protection Act, an act which legislated the practice of medicine regarding pregnancy termination after 24 weeks of gestational age. HB 1609, as introduced, would add exceptions not present in current law for rape, incest, and for the presence of severe fetal anomalies which are incompatible with life, and remove the unnecessary ultrasound mandate. If amended by the majority amendment, it would only remove the mandate for an ultrasound before an abortion if the fetal age is less than 24 weeks. But we need to pass this as introduced. Termination of pregnancy after 24 weeks of gestational age is a very rare medical procedure, usually done in major medical centers, and nearly exclusively because of the discovery of a severe fetal anomaly which is incompatible with survival of the infant, or when the pregnancy results in a severe risk to the mother's health. Fetal anomalies may be discovered before 24 weeks, but the severity may not be apparent until later. And some people may not even have prenatal care before 24 weeks, given our underinsured and uninsured patients. Now, it's devastating for a mother and father to be confronted with a severe fetal anomaly that's not compatible with survival. And accepted medical choices available to parents are either termination of the pregnancy or to carry to term and provide comfort care till the baby dies. This difficult decision should be made by the parents and the provider, not legislators. By prohibiting the choice of termination, the Fetal Life Protection Act forces the mother to carry the pregnancy to term, go through labor and delivery, only to deliver a stillborn baby or watch their baby die. Now, the majority report claims that abortion after rape is not an issue. Did another one go down? Okay, is not an issue, as the woman is offered emergency contraception, often called the morning after pill. But that is not true. In the case of rape or incest, a woman may be too traumatized to seek care in time to use emergency contraception, which must be done within just a couple of days to be effective. And a survivor of incest may not be able to even access health care for termination due to being controlled by the abuser, or may not even be aware of being pregnant until 24 weeks, particularly if they're a child. Only 20 states require the provision of emergency contraception services, and in New Hampshire, EWs are not required to provide information about emergency contraception or to dispense it upon request. Only 17% of women who are raped undergo a medical exam after assault, and fewer than 40% of emergency rooms provide emergency contraception or even inform women seeking care after assault that such treatment is available. Given that there are an estimated 25,000 rape-related pregnancies per year in the U.S., it is a problem. And the majority report also noted anecdotes about false positive diagnoses of severe fetal anomalies. While the currently available new chromosomal deletion screening blood tests are being used a great deal and do have a notoriously high false positive rate, women facing this difficult decision are referred to highly specialized centers before termination where more accurate confirmatory diagnostic methods and counseling will be used. In summary, the majority amendment will remove the important exceptions for rape, incest, and fatal fetal anomaly, leaving only a revision of the ultrasound mandate. So please press the red button to vote no on this amendment so that the original bill, which is far better, can be passed. And I do request a division vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Does the member yield to questions?
In the interest of time, no. Please, thank you.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on January 1 of this year, New Hampshire began to protect fetal life after 24 weeks. I, and I'm sure many of my colleagues, saw that television spot repeated many times last fall, featuring a kindly woman physician stating that what we just passed was the strictest prohibition on abortion ever enacted in New Hampshire. That statement, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest was disingenuous. Of course, it had to be the strictest prohibition because to date it's the only prohibition. I could similarly say that what we passed into law was therefore the mildest one ever introduced into New Hampshire. Interestingly, many states, red and blue alike, have fetal protection laws more strict than ours. Massachusetts, New York, Nevada, hardly extreme right-wing states, had felony 24-week abortion bans. The purple state of Wisconsin, politically quite similar to ours, currently mandates ultrasounds throughout the pregnancy, and furthermore requires that women actually view those ultrasounds. Our own modest law does nothing of the kind. The majority of the committee believes that changes in the law should be offered only after a new law has had the chance to demonstrate itself in practice, not just in theory. In the hearing, a few people gave testimony stating, in criminalizing those who perform most abortions after 24 weeks, our state would have trouble recruiting quality medical workers. To say this ignores two truths. First, it assumes all or nearly all medical workers wish to perform abortions, while we know that many do not. Second, and more profoundly, for quite some time, Massachusetts imposed felony penalties for most abortions after 24 weeks, with no exceptions for fetal anomalies. Nevertheless, Massachusetts was routinely ranked as having the best medical care in the country. Additionally, a few raised the question of rape and incest. Research, scientific research, indicates that many victims of rape and incest take a morning after pill, irrespective of whether that person is pregnant or not. And in most every other case, those who do not wish to carry their baby to term can choose and do choose to terminate their pregnancies before 24 weeks, which is 6 months. Moreover, we heard testimonies of women who had been told they were carrying a child with a, quote, severe fetal anomaly, unquote, despite being thus advised, or in some cases, pressured to have an abortion. They chose not to, and the babies they delivered were healthy and free of any such anomalies. Mr. Speaker, I work some with the DD, developmentally delayed or disabled community. I refuse to see the DD people as being anomalies. Finally, there have been statements made that the requirements around ultrasound are onerous. any confusion about ultrasounds, any scruple about their frequency or their type, such as being invasive, have been adequately addressed in this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I move we pass the amendment by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been called for, so this will be a division vote. Members will take their seats.
Division.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. Question before us is on the amendment to House Bill 1609. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that cases of rape and of incest and of fetal anomalies which are incompatible with life are among the most painful situations that any individual or any family will ever face, and if I know that persons of conscience and persons of deep faith may be called to different conclusions when faced with those difficult decisions, would I now preserve the rights of every person to make that difficult decision for herself in consultation with whomever she believes is an interested and helpful advisor, whether medical professional, priest, or whatever? Would I now press the red button to defeat this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Folsom for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that many states around the country require pre-abortion ultrasounds all throughout pregnancy, and I know that already our Fetal Life Protection Act only requires pre-abortion ultrasounds in very narrow circumstances, and that this committee amendment simply reiterates and re-clarifies the limited nature of the ultrasound requirement. And if I recognize that once this amendment is passed and accepted, we will see how many of our legislators care about the confusion around the ultrasound requirement, which is very light. And finally, if I find myself offended by the fact that as a woman who has been raped, I cannot think or make a decision in 6 months' time, would I now press the green button?
This is going to be a division vote. The question is on the amendment to House Bill 1609. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kelly, Diane Kelly, excuse me. Representative Nutting Wong. Representative Trelevin.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to the state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 177 voting no. The amendment fails. The question is now on the bill as ought to pass.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does a member rise?
a motion.
State your motion.
Motion to table.
Motion to table has been made. Division has been requested. Is that sufficiently second? It is sufficiently second. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1609. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that decisions that have to be made after a rape, after incest, or in the face of anomalies incompatible with fetal life are among the most deeply painful and difficult decisions that any person will ever make. And if I want to preserve the rights of conscience of every person in this state faced with those decisions to the maximum extent possible, would I now vote against the motion to lay this bill on the table so we can proceed with the ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that part of women's health care is the roughly 50% of the children in the womb who are female, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that to turn our backs on the amendment would put us out of sync with many states and the growing percentage of people in this country that are pro-life, would I not push the green button to sustain the table motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1609. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Moran.
Representative Treleaven, are you here?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. Well, I guess I get to exercise my right to vote again, and I vote yea. House will be in order. The motion to table passes. The clerk has an update on our colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, during the Governor's State of the State this morning, one of our colleagues had an incident. He is at the hospital recuperating. He will be held overnight, but all signs look good. All indications are that he'll make a complete and full recovery. So just wanted to tell you.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
Representative Schuett at B2. Could you please remind the members, Mr. Speaker, that when they're making a motion, people from across the room may not be able to see who it is. Could they either identify themselves or could you recognize who has made the motion so that everyone's aware who's making the motion? Thank you.
Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1207 FN, an act requiring an employer to provide paid time off for an employee to vote. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lino Avellini for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following amendment, and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Andrew Manville for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Manville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Andrew Manville, Cheshire 9. I rise to support House Bill 1207. The goal of this bill is to aid and facilitate the ability of our citizens to vote. It would allow time off for employees from work for voting. Now, Mr. Speaker, many Granite Staters have no trouble voting. They have the necessary time to do so, or they have a good working relationship with their employers such that accommodations can be made. And this law would not affect any such employees or employers. However, a small percentage of citizens do have trouble or inconvenience getting to the polls, given the relationship between their work shifts and the polling hours. This bill would help that relatively small percentage of citizens. I offered an amendment to House Bill 1207 in the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services Committee, Amendment 0286H, and this amendment would have provided various protections to employers. The time off would have been limited to only up to a maximum of 2 hours. The employer would receive notice of an interest in the time off and would have had an opportunity for some input on that and when it took place. Most importantly, if the employee had a certain ability to get to the polls outside of working hours, then this bill would not apply to that employee or employer at all. Now, this amendment was voted down. However,
Representative, state your point of order.
Yes, I believe the motion on the floor is ITL. We're hearing discussion of an amendment. I don't believe there's any floor amendment, and there is no amendment to be discussed with the prevailing motion.
The member is correct. We need to speak to the ITL, not the amendment.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. Speaker. The majority objected to this bill on the basis that employers would be required to pay employees for the time off. This would be for a maximum of 2 hours at election time for relatively few employees. There are at least 29 other states in the United States that have equivalent statutes, and at least 20 of those explicitly allow for paid time off. And these include such conservative states as Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Utah.
What is your point of order?
Point of order. The gentleman is continuing to speak about a proposed amendment. The bill in front of us is 3 hours paid off, not 2 hours paid off.
If you can confine your remarks to the bill itself and not my amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I will make every effort to do so. In fact, I will do so. This bill would place only the most modest of burden on employers, and only in circumstances where the burden was in great service to our democracy. Voting is arguably our most crucial right. It's the right that makes other rights possible. We should all want to see the maximum number of citizens participating in our democracy, and we should be prepared to ensure that this happens. I ask you to vote against this ITL so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Infantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over here at C3. We all want everyone to be able to vote. Even if we don't agree with how they're going to vote, everyone should have the right to vote. I, as an employer, give each one of my employees an hour off to vote. But that's a decision I make as an employer. The bill in front of us was going to mandate that employers pay up to 3 hours for someone to vote. Well, employers have to take on that burden. They may not be able to afford, if they have a small organization, to allow that, and they're not getting the production time. The Labor Committee is very reticent at putting mandates on businesses to do something. So while we all hope all employers will give their employees time to vote, and while we know there's absentee ballots and other mechanisms, we feel this is asking too much, and we are in support of the ITL.
Division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Division.
Representative Baldessaro requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1207. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the ability to vote is equally important as the right to vote, and if I know that paid time off to vote directly supports this right to vote, would I now then press the red button to defeat the ITO motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Infantine for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know we shouldn't put this burden on employers, would I please vote with the committee, press the green, and vote this bill ITO?
Question before us is the majority report of an expedient to legislate on House Bill 1207. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bradley, Representative DeLemus, Representative Dolan, Representative Harley, Representative Mackey, Representative Petrie,
Bowman, as president, had an opportunity to vote. I'll attend to the state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 158 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
for a motion?
For motion?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I move we remove House Bill 1609 from the table.
Okay.
And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Roll call's already been requested by Representative Notter. I haven't asked for a second yet, but members will take their seats so I can get an accurate count of a second on the motion for a roll call. Members, take your seats. Now, there has been a request for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
So, Mr. Speaker, if this prevails, then the motion is ought to pass.
The motion before us is to remove 1609 from the table. We have two PIs, and I would ask those giving the PIs and future PIs that they are PIs, they're not speeches. They're starting to get a little bit out of hand on both sides of the aisle. So, with that, Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I desire an opportunity to vote on the underlying motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1609, would I now press the green button?
That's a very good PI, Representative. I hope, House will be in order. I hope everybody takes notice. The Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the concerns raised about raped women or women who are a victim of incest after 6 months really deserve different treatment and that abortion at that state can cover over abuses that have happened, would I then press the red button to keep this on the table?
The motion before us is to remove 1609 from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Thompson.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 178 voting yea, 175 voting nay. Bill is removed from the table.
Motion, so now we're back to 1609. The motion is ought to pass. There's no debate. But we do have a request for roll.
The motion before us now is ought to pass on 1609. We have no debate, and we have a request for a roll call. Representative Nodder requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
Mr. Speaker,
Where for what reason does a member rise?
point of order.
State your point of order.
Why is it there's no debate on this motion?
Nobody signed up for one.
Nobody knew it was going to come to the floor.
We had a debate on the amendment. There was no underlying debate on the bill.
The original sheet was a debate on the amendment. There was no debate on the bill itself. We have PIs right now.
But, Mr. Speaker, the motion before us is a lot different than what the motion would have been on the original bill. So even though there wasn't anybody to debate ought to pass as amended, I'd want to debate ought to pass. I wouldn't have debated the previous motion.
Okay. Is he asking to speak?
Are you asking to speak, Representative?
I'm asking to speak, yes. And anybody else that wants, and anybody else?
I've already put the question before us. I've already stated that. So there is not going to be a debate. That's a parliamentary inquiry on it, on both sides.
Then you're going first.
Mr. Speaker, a question, please.
State your
D1.
question.
Since the amendment is published in the calendar and the bill is not, do we have copies of the bill here so we know what we're voting for or against?
There, Representative, there are no copies of the bill, of any of the bills present here today. So no, there isn't a copy here today. It is online, as every other bill is. Further question?
Is Mr. Speaker, is a motion in order?
We're in the voting mode right now.
All right, thank you.
Members, take your seats.
Members, take your seats. We're in the voting mode. Chair recognizes Representative Lakis for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know that doctors make mistakes, if I know that my cousin was recommended to have an abortion because her baby had no brain, and everybody said, including the doctors, she had an abortion because her baby had no brain. And if I know that that baby went on to college and is now a productive citizen, and the heartache my cousin would have felt had she gone ahead and believed her baby had no brain, only to find out after the baby was aborted that she did, would I now vote red, thank you, on this bill so people don't go through that? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that when faced with those difficult decisions, every person deserves the right to make their decision with the best of medical advice, and that no one is required under any circumstances to abort a fetus, but that choice should be preserved so that every person can act according to the dictates of their conscience, would I now vote green on the ought to pass motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the ought to pass motion for House Bill 1609. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kittredge. Representative Schultz.
Representative Dean Silvestro, you're all set. I haven't called your name.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. (179) voting yea, 174 voting nay. The ought to pass motion.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
This bill is being referred to finance.
May I make a motion, Mr. Speaker?
What is your motion?
My motion is I would like to move to reconsider our vote that we just took on 1609, and I urge all the members to vote no on reconsideration. And I request a division.
Well, if everybody would give me a chance to speak, before I accepted Representative Weber's motion, I have referred it to finance. So it's in the possession of finance right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Labor and Industrial Administrative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1538 FN Local, an act requiring prevailing wages on state-funded public works projects. Having considered the same with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark Warden for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Brian Sullivan from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson.
Sorry about that. I thought it was going to be a motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on House Bill 1538.
The member will suspend for a minute. Thank you. Everybody has got the message that we're in suspension until everybody quiets down. Member may proceed.
This bill, House Bill 1538 FN, only applies to the prevailing wage on state projects, not local nor private projects, and is therefore within our purview. In purchasing, compared with contractors and consumers, the state lacks the ability to actually shop around for better contractors and better workers, as private companies and consumers always do. That's why I believe that we should privatize as many state activities as we can. However, when we do get down to public works projects, we have a responsibility to the next generation to build to last, to build durable, and to build well. Under prevailing wage, contractors hire more experienced, higher wage workers who experience has shown waste less building material and get injured statistically about 12% less often, reducing workman's comp and injury expenses. The result of better work done by more experienced local tradesmen is lower maintenance costs and greater durability, as well as keeping more of the money here in state, since it tends to be New Hampshire workers getting the benefit of the prevailing wage, and cutting the demands later on social services and charities. Michigan did repeal their prevailing wage law, but so no net reduction in initial building costs. Another nearby state added the prevailing wage law and saw only a 2 to 3% increase in building costs. Since more than 90% of New Hampshire's construction jobs are non-union, this is not a union issue, but a matter of merely increasing wages by an order of magnitude more than the initial cost and saving money over the long run on social services and future building maintenance. Red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Infantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The prevailing wage is determined when the federal government sends out information to contractors, asking them to complete them, asking what their division is. There's multiple divisions, whether it's plumber, electrician, site contractor. Fill out the information, what they're paying for a wage, and send it back. If you have a situation where very few people in, let's say, Coos County send it back, or maybe one person sends it back, it's abnormally high or abnormally low, you could set that prevailing wage, which could be at any part of the spectrum, twice what the average rate is that's being paid in Coos County, or half of that. Trying to get those prevailing wage numbers changed through the federal government takes 3 to 5 years. This has not been proven effective. I disagree with what is written in the blurb that a prevailing wage allows for New Hampshire people to be hired. Not at all. If you have a prevailing wage in Rockingham County, it's likely that a Maine or Massachusetts contractor will bring in those residents to do the work. So when it came to the hearing itself, unfortunately, the sponsor was not able to be there as he was sick. Not one group, organization at all showed up in favor of the bill. One large group came, one person spoke against it. This does not do some of the things that people think it does. Maybe in a more urban state where there's bigger cities and what have you, but you do not get the participation in New Hampshire. You're not going to get good data. And the prevailing wage is not going to be consistent with what the wages are. And for someone to say that without a prevailing wage, we don't provide good enough wages for our employees, I'm sorry. You don't slap me in the face. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the members follow with the Labor Committee and press green on ITL this bill.
A division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division!
question before us is the inexpedient to legislate motion on House Bill 1538. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a prevailing wage statute will benefit New Hampshire construction workers, and if I further know that prevailing wage is good for the New Hampshire economy, would I then press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Infantine for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that prevailing wage does not necessarily mean New Hampshire workers are going to get paid any more or any less, and if I know that many New Hampshire construction workers are being paid more than members just south of the border who do have a prevailing wage, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that a prevailing wage would increase the price of construction costs for New Hampshire Department of Transportation projects, would I vote green with the Committee on Inexpedient to Legislate? Thank you.
Question before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1538. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Altshuler. Representative Boards. Representative DeSimone. Representative Eaton. Representative Folsom. Representative Suzanne Smith.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 168 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Okay.
This is a field.
Right.
We're going to call on him. Don't work. Talk to the division.
Okay. So just. Oh, Justin, he said they both.
Well, she's coming to speak.
Oh, okay. Okay. 1 minute. They said together.
Doing it together.
Right. Okay. The Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred HB 1586 FNA, an act relative to a likeness of Wentworth Cheswell at the State House. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Gregory Hill for the committee. The amendment number is 0345H, printed in House Record 6, page 72. The question is on the amendment. No. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. The question is now on the ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representatives Hill and Wall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to be able to inform you about a man from Newmarket, New Hampshire, and how this legislation will recognize his contribution to his community and the state of New Hampshire. February being Black History Month makes this story particularly poignant. You see, it is believed by some that Wentworth Cheswell is, in fact, the first black man elected to public office in the United States. Whether he was or not matters little to those of us who have taken the time to research a little into the life of this remarkable man.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The original legislation had asked for a blank check for a portrait to be painted of Wentworth Cheswell and to be displayed in our State House. Our committee was not comfortable with the financial aspect of that arrangement. The bill may well have died, but for a very fine and benevolent group of New Hampshire Masons who stepped forward and offered to commission and pay for the portrait. The amendment simply authorizes the Joint Historical Committee to accept the portrait and find a suitable spot where it might be seen in the White House, in the State House. We owe a warm appreciation to our House Clerk, who is a Mason, and for making this a reality, and for pointing out that in addition to all of his other contributions, Wentworth Cheswell, too, was a Freemason. We ask that you support the amended version of this bill, and especially because this is Black History Month. Please vote yes. Thank you.
The motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended on HB 1586. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the member rise?
I request that the remarks of the previous legislators be added to the permanent journal.
Without objection. No debate. Nice. The Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred HB 1665 FNA Local, an act establishing a municipal road and bridge disaster relief fund, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Richard Tripp for the committee. Amendment number 0320H, printed in House Record 6, pages 88 and 89. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. The question now is on ought to pass as amended on HB 1665. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. Under the rules of the House, it is committed to the Finance Committee. That's a new one. Okay. The majority of the Committee on Science and Technology and Energy, to which was referred HB 1419FN, an act relative to establishing a New Hampshire Civilian Climate Corps Advisory Commission, having considered the same and report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jose Cambrils for the majority of the committee. The minority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred HB 1419FN, an act to establishing a New Hampshire Civilian Climate Corps Advisory Commission, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report that the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jacqueline Cowley-Pitts for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise, Representative Bose?
Madam Speaker, I move to lay House Bill 1419 FN upon the table.
Okay, so the motion is to lay House Bill 1419 on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division vote has been called. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote.
Division.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to lay HB 1419 on the table. Representative Wilhelm is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that civilian national service is a powerful public policy tool that has been embraced by Democrats, Republicans, and independents for decades, and if I know that the Civilian Conservation Corps of the 1930s and 40s has left a legacy of Bear Brook State Park and many other beautiful natural resources that we continue to enjoy today. And if I know that there are thousands of young people who wish to step up and serve their community and their country to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the existential threat of climate change, would I now push the red button?
Representative Bose is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that this bill seeks to create a commission to provide advice to a civilian climate corps that does not exist because it was proposed in national federal legislation that never passed, would I now press the green button to lay this bill upon the table?
The motion on the floor is to lay HB 1419 on the table. Your voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Aaron, Representative Ayer, Representative Belanger, Representative Bunker, Representative Long, Representative Klein-Knight, Representative Jonathan Smith, Representative Reed,
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 in the affirmative, 158 in the negative. The motion is adopted. It's laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred HB 1506 FN, an act establishing a revolving clean energy accelerator fund in the Department of Energy, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Lewicki for the majority of the committee. The minority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred HB 1506 FN, an act establishing a revolving clean energy accelerator fund in the Department of Energy, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rebecca McWilliams for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
Madam Speaker, I move to place House Bill 1506-FN upon the table.
Representative Bose requests to lay 1506 on the table. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division.
Oh, maybe she is. Okay. Okay, the chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that this bill creates the structure for a state revolving clean energy accelerator fund that uses no New Hampshire state funds, but rather would be a bucket set up to receive money to the tune of $60 million for the next 5 years, administered by the New Hampshire Department of Energy with funds coming from the Fed, would I then press the red button so that a better motion can be brought forward? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Bose for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that the green bank that is proposed to be established by this legislation would make installations of green energy projects that have been refused by government and commercial investors as not financially viable, and if I further know that this legislation would violate the state constitution, Article 2, would I press the green button to lay this bill on the table?
The motion on the floor is to lay 1506 on the table. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abel. Abel. Yes, not Abel. Representative Conley. Representative Dolan. Representative Judy. Representative Mann. Representative Marsh. Representative Terosian.
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 183 yeas, 166 nays, HB 1506 is laid upon the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred HB 1601 FN, an act relative to funding of the New Hampshire Saves Program, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Nick White for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Peter Somsich for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
Madam Speaker, I move to lay HB 1601-FN upon the table.
The motion to lay HB 1601 on the table. A division vote has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division.
No. That's Oxen. The chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The House will be in order.
If I know that energy efficiency is the single most important tool in our effort to control energy costs, eliminate waste and energy-related pollution, and if I know that it also comes at the lowest cost and is one of the most effective policy measures available in our effort to lower utility charges, and if I know that when we waste less energy, we all save money because we don't need to produce as much, transport as much, or transmit as much, then wouldn't I support using the funds provided by the RGGI program for their intended purpose, which is to invest in cost-saving measures that will lower future energy bills for all ratepayers by hundreds of millions of dollars. And as the governor said to us this morning, as the governor said this morning, not just for today and not just for tomorrow, but for the long term. And in order to do that, wouldn't I
The member will suspend.
push the
Just
red
a reminder.
button?
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Bose for a parliamentary inquiry.
And I ask for a division vote.
It already is.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that passage of this bill will raise everyone's electric costs, would I press the green button and lay this bill on the table?
Okay, the motion on the floor is to lay HB 1601 on the table. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Espitia. Representative Green. Representative Hill. Representative Hatch. Representative Bill King. Representative Judy. Representative Representative Ebel.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 in the affirmative, 167 in the negative. House Bill 1601 will be laid upon the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred, HB 1621 FN, an act relative to reducing the rebates distributed by the Energy Efficiency Fund, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lex Berenzi for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Rep. John Mann for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
Madam Speaker, I move to lay HB 1621 upon the table.
The motion is to lay 1621 on the table. A division vote has been called. Members will take their seats.
Division.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to lay HB 1621 on the table. The chair recognizes Representative Somcich for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we just heard this morning...
This is a PI, sir.
Yes. If
Thank
I
you.
know that I just heard the governor mention how important infrastructure is, and yet we don't want to discuss energy efficiency or renewable energy. And if I know that energy efficiency, by definition, is the most cost-effective way to use energy, and if I also know that New Hampshire Saves, funded through the RGGI program, only approves energy efficiency programs that have been evaluated to provide more benefits than they cost, if I further know that rebating less to customers provides for more funding of energy efficiency to all residents of New Hampshire. And finally, when I know that reducing the demand for energy in New Hampshire reduces both electric bills and pollution to all residents, then would I now press the red button to oppose the tabling motion?
The chair recognizes Representative Bose for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that this bill will raise every ratepayer's electric bill, would I now press the green button to lay this bill on the table?
The motion on the floor is to lay HB 1621 on the table. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. The voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Faulkner, Representative Grota, Representative Hatch, Representative Hill, Representative Judy, Representative Maggiore, Representative Pearl, Representative Petrie, Representative Warden,
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (183 yeas, 165 nays). HB 1621 is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the member rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Could you tell me the capacity of the House table as to just how many bills can fit on the table before it collapses?
I have been told it is infinite.
Thank you.
The House will be in order. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred HB 1644 FN, an act relative to the placement of telecommunication antennae and establishing a registry for residents who are experiencing biological symptoms from wireless radiation exposure. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred to for interim study. Representative Douglas Thomas for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lucius Partial for the minority of the committee. The question on the floor is interim study. The chair recognizes the member from Marlborough, Representative Partial, to speak against the committee report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very nuanced subject, and I know that there's not one member of the ST&E committee that is opposed to further study. However, the telecommunications industry is not waiting for our study. Without legislative guardrails, an interim study will not prevent 5G rollout. An interim study will be a moot point once a 5G genie is out of the bottle. With the replacement bill being over a year away, an interim study may conclude that there are significant health risks posed by a particular range of mid-band radiation that would be enhanced by oversaturation of tower placement. With the replacement bill being over a year away, an interim study may conclude there are significant security risks by over-reliance on Chinese technology. Huawei is the world's leading supplier of 5G technology. Our own NSA, CIA, and other U.S. intelligence agencies have concluded that if Huawei equipment is embedded, even at the edge of 5G networks, China could easily siphon data off and then cover their tracks. With the replacement bill being over a year away,
will the member suspend? The House will be in order. It's getting very loud. Please take your conversations out into the hallway. The member may continue.
with the replacement bill being over a year away, an interim study may choose to provide legislative guidelines to ensure better coverage than what we currently face with existing 4G coverage. With the majority of our 9/11 calls originating from cell phones, the peril of inadequate 4G coverage across the state is real. Without legislative oversight, there is nothing to prevent the telecommunications industry from following the same industry model they use in 4G and provide dense coverage to profitable areas while leaving vast areas of the state unserved.
The member will suspend. The House needs to come to order. Please take your conversations out into the hallway. Thank you.
With the replacement bill being over a year away, an interim study may show that the FTCC is an overreach by supplanting local and state zoning. This bill empowers residents and municipalities to push back on FCC, who recently lost the Court of Appeals in the D.C. Circuit Court. Who called the FCC safety standards for RF radiation arbitrary and capricious. What is previously stated, this means nothing if the telecommunications industry has already rolled out 5G without any legislative guardrails. I urge you to vote no so that an amended bill may be brought forward that will provide legislative guardrails. Thank you, and I ask for a division vote.
The chair recognizes the member from Londonderry, Representative Thomas, to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Speaker. This bill, unfortunately, was an early bill, and so there was no time to create an amendment that might have been amenable to all parties. This bill, as is written, would require towers to be about 1,640 feet away from most public places. This, I won't say this arbitrary figure, but it was a figure that was developed out of a commission that was done. It was unclear to us exactly why that distance was chosen, but we do know that it would affect a lot of businesses and hospitals if the antennas and towers were placed that far away. We heard testimony from the industry's scientists that this technology is safer at a much closer distance. We heard testimony that the FCC and the FAA and international organizations have claimed that this technology was safe. However, we cannot deny that we also heard and understood testimony from medical scientists, the public, and some doctors that have seen people be affected by radio waves in various forms. The committee felt that there may be a correlation between where people live and radio waves, but we are uncertain as to potentially causation. We felt we needed more time to study this so that a proper recommendation could be made that might be acceptable to both parties. Because of that, our subcommittee recommended interim study, and the committee recommends interim study, and I hope the House votes for interim study. Thank you.
The motion on the floor is interim study for HB 1644. A division vote has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division.
The chair recognizes Representative Somsic for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand the sentiment of those who support interim study because of the lack of information available, but I also know that a thorough 300-page report by a study commission was already completed and recommended a safe distance between 5G poles and residential areas to be adhered to so that any health impacts remain negligible. And if I also know that a bipartisan amendment is available to temporarily stop 5G deployment in New Hampshire until numerous unanswered questions are addressed, and if I know that the new 5G pole deployments could require a pole deployment on every city block, generating its own electromagnetic radiation, and finally, if I further know that the proposed interim study recommendation would not even temporarily stop 5G deployment, and that the results of that study would be too late for any action to be taken, would I now press the red button to allow a motion to pass with amendment to be made so that 5G deployment can be temporarily halted in New Hampshire?
The chair recognizes Representative Nodder for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that 5G is an encoding technology, not a frequency nor the power of the broadcast, if I also know that 5G is a marketing term used to indicate the next generation of cell phone and data equipment,
The
built
member
on
will
3G
suspend. I hope there's no videotaping going on, because that's not allowed. Okay, thank you. The members should be in their seats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I also know that 5G is a marketing term used to indicate the next generation of cell phone and data equipment built on 3G and 4G technology. Further, Madam Speaker, if I know that we heard testimony from individuals who say that certain frequencies make them ill, but other sources testified that this claim is the result of misinformation. Lastly, Madam Speaker, if I know that the claims of illness concerned us enough to not want to kill the bill, but further study the issue and hear more counter-arguments from the scientists who dispel the claims, would I then press the green button and send House Bill 1644 to interim study? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question on the floor is to send HB 1644 to interim study. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative DeSilvestro. Representative Leishman. Representative Macbeth. Representative Post, Representative Perez,
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 245 yeas, 104 nays, the bill will be sent to interim study. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred HB 1100 FN, an act relative to changing the penalties for driving without a license. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ted Gorski for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative George Sykes for the minority of the committee.
Everybody seeing each other easier. Yeah. Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to place 1100 on the table.
The motion on the floor is to lay HB 1100 on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. All members will take their seats.
Division.
No, see that, but I just want to Teleski. Okay. The House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Sykes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, this is an important...
This is a PI.
If you know that this is an important bill that deserves to be heard in debate, and if you know that there are some important aspects to this bill that you may not have yet had the opportunity to hear, I would urge you to vote red against the tabling motion.
The chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that this statute was changed by this legislative body back in 2015 in response to a car accident that caused 2 fatalities by an unlicensed driver, and if I know that if this bill passes, it will allow people who never had a license to be able to drive a car with limited impunity, and if I know that driving is a privilege, not a right, then I would press the green button, support the table motion.
The motion on the floor is to lay HB 1100 on the table. Voting stations, this will be a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abbott, Representative Ammon, Representative Callie Pitts, Representative Perez, Representative Wilhelm, Representative Weber,
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (188 yeas, 161 nays). HB 1100 is laid upon the table. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred HB 1208FN, an act relative to driver's education, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Rep. Laura Tellersky for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Rep. Gregory Hill for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
For a motion, Madam Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 1208 on the table.
The motion is to lay HB 1208 upon the table. Are you ready for the question? A division vote has been called. Members will take their seats. Who requested a roll call? Representative Lang has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats.
Roll call.
The members should be taking their seats. This will be a roll call vote. The House will be in order. Okay, the question on the floor is to lay HB 1208 on the table. Voting state, if you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abel. Representative Boards. Representative Klein Knight. Representative Salloway. Representative Sweeney.
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 209 in the affirmative, 141 in the negative. HB 1208 is laid upon the table. Okay, this is the last bill on the regular calendar, but we do have some removed from consent, but we're getting there. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred HB 1461 FN, an act increasing penalties for littering, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Tom Walsh for the committee. Amendment number 02838H, printed in the House Record 6, page 64. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Green offers floor amendment number 02838H, printed in House Record 6 on page 64. And he's recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought this bill forth to increase the penalties to keep our beautiful state clean. And as we see the snow melting away, we see more and more trash on the highways. And by bringing this bill, I hope we clean up our state. Thank you.
Okay, so the question on the floor is the adoption of floor amendment 02838H. Are you ready for the question? A division, oh, I'm sorry, it's 0633. A division vote has been requested. Members will take their seats. A roll call has been requested. Is that who requested the roll call? Representative Green requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members will take their seats.
Division!
Okay. Great. They're waiting off. I don't see anybody.
Representative Walsh, are you doing a PI?
They wave. Right. Oh, okay.
Representative Green, are you doing a PI? No.
Okay. Okay, the House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know this is the first time I heard about this amendment, would I now press the red button? Thank you.
The question on the floor is the adoption of floor amendment 0633H. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
If I know it's on page 64, you could read it.
Representative, we're in the voting mode.
If I know that this bill would help...
I'm sorry, but we're in the voting mode. Please take your seat. We are in the voting mode.
Vote green, please.
The vote is over. Thank you, Representative. Representative Allegro. Representative Comtois. Representative Cushman. Representative Fenton. Representative Folsom. Representative Ford. Representative Lascelles. Representative Ankerberg. Representative Vale.
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 46 in the affirmative, 304 in the negative, the amendment fails. The motion on the floor now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. The yeas have it. The motion is adopted. And it's going to criminal justice as a second committee. The House will now attend to bills removed from the consent calendar.
Okay, so we don't have a debate, but we have a division in parliamentary inquiries.
The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred HB 1176 FN, an act relative to reducing the penalty for sex work within one's own home, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Harriet Garthright for the committee. A division vote, division vote has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Madam Speaker.
Division.
I've signed up for a PI.
We're going to let the members take their seats first, Representative.
Madam Speaker, C3, I have a question of the chair.
Where is C3? For what purpose does the member rise?
A question of the chair.
Okay, you may ask.
Could you tell us, when you name the bill out, what page it's on in the blue sheets?
There's no amendment.
No, I'm looking through the blue sheets of the off the consent calendar, trying to find this bill.
Page 4.
Thank you.
The House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's just PIs and division for all of these. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry, I wrote it down as Mr. If I know that this bill only decriminalizes indoor sex work such as webcammers, if I know that only Africa, the Middle East, Russia, and the U.S. arrest large numbers of women through these sting operations that violate the privacy of your home, and that Africa, Middle East, Russia, and the U.S. therefore suffer the highest rates of human trafficking and the rape of teenage boys and girls through the sex trade. And finally, if I know that online polling shows that 65% and 77% of respondents now support legalizing prostitution outright, let alone webcammers, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made?
The chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that HB 1176 would facilitate human trafficking of individuals, including human trafficking of children inside people's homes, would I go then and go ahead and push that green button to support the committee's recommendation of IDL?
The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate on HB 1176. Voting, if you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Avalani, Representative Ayer, Representative Binford, Representative Bixby, Representative Chrétien, Representative Ford, Representative Gagné, Representative Gay, Representative Gottling, Representative Harley, Representative Leishman, Representative Maggiore, Representative Mills, Representative Pearl, Representative Nunes, Representative Salloway, Representative Turcott, Representative Tripp, Representative Walsh, Representative Ford, are you coming down to see me?
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 319 in the affirmative, 28 in the negative. HB 1166, the motion carries, passes. Is adopted. Okay, he's next.
Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1340, an act relative to the definition of domestic violence and relative to criminal convictions for domestic violence. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate Representative Amy Bradley for the committee. Is it division? This is a division vote has been requested. There is no debate, just PIs. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote.
For God's sake. It's page 5. Thank you.
Division.
Seriously, listed a mode yesterday. Write it down.
The motion is on the report of ITL on HB 1340. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire is one of only a few states that charges roommates and brothers with felony domestic violence for getting into a living room fight, if I know that that felony conviction leads to real prison time and lifelong repercussions for both fighting siblings, if I know that using the more convoluted definition and expansive definition of domestic violence is what has been clogging up the gun line every few years, which we tried to deal with last session, and most importantly, if I know that this overly broad definition of domestic violence and domestic violence laws have become another backdoor for gun control, would I now press the red button to interim study this important issue?
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that narrowing the definition of domestic violence will create many conflicts in the law and confusion in the law, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that the committee, the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee was unanimous in making a recommendation of inexpedient to legislate, should I go ahead and push the green button to support the committee's recommendation? Thank you.
Question before us is the motion of ITL on House Bill 1340. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Espedia. Representative Harley.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 322 voting yea, 26 voting nay. The committee reports adopted.
Same thing, Vision and PS.
Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1392 FN, an act relative to penalties for nonviolent drug offenses and repealing the criminal penalties for possession of drug paraphernalia. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Terry Roy for the committee. Again, we have a division vote and just parliamentary inquiries. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By replacing fines for nonviolent drug offenders, by replacing prison time with fines for nonviolent drug offenders, this bill seeks to get the drug problem to pay for itself. Oh, I'm sorry, if I know. Sorry. Rather than non-users paying for the decisions of drug addicts. If I know that 57% of Americans now support drug decriminalization, if I know that Oregon, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Luxembourg, and Holland voted to decriminalize drugs, followed by reductions in violent crime, robberies, overdoses, medical costs, and death. And finally, if I know that 55 years of repeating the Soviet Union's failed drug policy has killed an estimated 2 to 3 million Americans or contributed to their deaths, would I press the red button to end this insane war on drugs?
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1392 would make it a civil infraction or a simple fine of $40 for possession of a lethal amount of fentanyl, should I go ahead and push that green button and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
Question before us is the ITL motion on House Bill 1392. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Callie Pitts. Representative Grota. Representative Folsom. Representative Fargo. Representative Harvey. Representative O'Brien. Representative Schuett.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 319 voting yea, 29 voting nay. Committee reports adopted. Same thing.
Division and PIs.
Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred CACR 30, enact officers of the government, providing that the elected position of inspectors general are created. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Lekas for the committee. This is again a division vote with just parliamentary inquiries. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
All right, this is the last one, Mr. Speaker.
Getting awful loud in here. We're almost done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that many states have elected state auditors and inspectors who investigate waste, fraud, abuse, and even elections fraud, if I know that contrary to the majority report's claim, the AG's office, DCYF, family courts, and election division always claim to have properly investigated themselves and found that they've done nothing wrong, if I know that the current process of investigation does not instill confidence in our system, and finally, if I know that there's overwhelming and near unanimous support on social media for electing inspectors general to root out embezzlement, prosecutorial misconduct, no-bid contracts, cronyism, misuses of impact fees, favoritism in public hiring and firing, and in elections fraud and election violations, would I now press the red button to send this question to the voters?
Chair recognizes Tony Leakus for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the legislature has the power to cause investigations to occur on potential irregularities in either elections or malfeasance by government officers, and if I know there's certainly no assurance that politically elected inspector generals will solve those sorts of problems as opposed to being influenced by the political winds of the day, and if I know that they would then need offices, staff, and everything else that goes along with it, would I press the green button to accept the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
Question before us is the motion of ITL on CACR 30. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Binford. Representative Dolan. Representative Folsom. Representative Testerman.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 331 voting yea, 15 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, in a note from the Chair of Criminal Justice, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 47F, I hereby waive the second committee referral of House Bill 1461.
Next one. No, there's no division or anything. She's going to go first, then him.
Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1262, an act commemorating the 250th anniversary of the Pine Tree Riot. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Chair recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pulled this from consent because it was only there due to my mistake. A member of the committee asked before we left the executive session that it not be put on consent, and I failed to make sure that it was properly sent to the regular calendar. I also failed to ensure that the committee report was accurate, as it appears to have been changed somewhere during the submittal process, and I'm still investigating how that happened. But in any event, I stand with the overwhelming bipartisan majority of the committee in support of the ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Irv.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1262 states, "The governor shall issue a proclamation calling for proper observance of April 14th, 2022, this year, as the 250th anniversary of the Pine Tree Riot." The calendar states, "These types of bills are ineffective because there are many of these type of events in statute that are unknown due to the connection between this event and the Boston Tea Party." The entire point of this bill is to bring recognition to this event for a single day, and not every year, for the 250th anniversary of an event that took place here in Ware, New Hampshire, that predated the Boston Tea Party and was the start of these protests. Long-serving Representative Gary Hopper, an advocate of the history of Ware, is the sponsor of this bill. I am sure that passing this bill would have put a smile on the face of a man who has put a smile on so many of our faces. Please vote nay to overturn the ITL and allow an OTP motion to be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Grotti to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ED&A committee receives many requests, and everyone comes to us with passion and ardor for their request. And I'm sure that we want to see a smile on everyone's face. However, it is easy to go to the governor and ask for a proclamation from that body, from that office, without passing a bill through this committee or this House. Therefore, I ask the House to support the ITL motion, the bipartisan ITL motion of 15-2. Thank you.
State your question.
I have a true parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I have to try and figure out how to phrase this correctly. My parliamentary inquiry is about the timing that would be required on a motion, if the ITL were to pass, to seek a judicial opinion on whether this chamber has the authority to instruct the governor to issue a proclamation. Would that be something that, could that be introduced after an ought to pass motion was made, or would that motion have to be made in between an ITL and an ought to pass?
Okay. In the past, Representative, I think we've had numerous types of this legislation before, and if this was, as I've been advised by the clerk, if this was wanted to be sent to the Supreme Court, we'd have to kind of lay this on the table and then move forward with a separate motion. So I haven't actually read the bill, but if it actually says the governor will do something, that's kind of a little bit different. But I think almost anybody wants to go to the governor, get a proclamation or a day name for somebody can do that.
All right, thank you.
We have no division on this. All right, the motion before us is the ITL motion on HB 1262. Are you ready for the question? Representative Byrd has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Roll call.
And if I could do a PI, Mr. Speaker?
The House will come to order. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Whoa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Pine Tree Riot was the beginning of this great country, Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the prime sponsor is in a hospital bed, would I now vote red to make him happy one time and pass this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that regardless of the importance of the Pine Tree Riot and regardless of any concerns about making the sponsor happy, that the committee does not believe it's appropriate to pass this bill. If I know that if the sponsor had simply asked the governor to declare this commemoration, I would gladly sign it and lay money that he would do so. So would I now press the green button to support the committee's rejection of this unnecessary bill?
Question before us is the ITL motion on House Bill 1262. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alisea. Representative Gamarlo. Representative Walsh.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 224 voting yea, 124 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1642 FN, Act relative to lead testing in children. Having considered the same, report same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jerry Knirk for the committee. The amendment is 0443H, printed in House Record 6, pages 83 through 84. The motion before us is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Blazek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Current law requires every child to have a lead test. I do not question the wisdom of lead testing, but I disagree with any medical mandate, and HB 1642 takes that mandate a step further by requiring this test for school and daycare attendance. Currently, a parent may opt out of the test, but this bill does not seek to change that. But I can personally say that I was never notified by my child's doctor that this was a state requirement or that an opt-out form existed. The main argument for this bill is that there is low compliance with the requirement to lead test a child. By mandating this test for schools and daycares, the sponsors hope that compliance will increase. To be clear, a lead test has a personal benefit only and no community benefit. It is not the role of government to force individual medical procedures on citizens, and I object to any bill that attempts to coerce compliance by tricking people. Most people, like myself, are unaware that they can opt out, and if they see a school or daycare requirement, they will be coerced. In addition, by the time a child is school-aged, the damage is done. The real focus should be on removing lead from homes, not forced testing after toxic exposure. Government seems to have lost sight of the true role of public health. We fund DHHS to educate the public. If there is a low lead testing rate, that is a failure of DHHS to do their job, and the solution is not to mandate a test. And ultimately, all medical decisions should be made with informed consent and are a decision between a doctor and a patient, not the government. Get the government out of my parenting decisions and out of my pediatrician's office. I urge you to press the red button and oppose the OTP motion.
It's getting exceptionally loud in here again. The members have a right to be heard. Chair recognizes Representative Knurr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The requirement for lead testing already exists in law. This does not increase the mandate whatsoever because that requirement already exists and the process of exemption is already in that law. Parents are allowed to be exempted. It is important to understand that it is of great public health importance because yes, we'd rather catch them at 1 or 2 years old, but they may go into daycare at 2 years old, and that's a good time to catch them so we can guide not only treatment, because we can treat them with chelating agents, but also to guide selective remediation. My colleague has questioned about the fact that we should try to just remediate all the homes. Just to remediate the most troublesome homes in New Hampshire would take approximately $1 billion. That's with a B. So it is not realistic to consider that we will rehabilitate all of our housing stock in New Hampshire, which is the oldest in the nation. So we need to be able to selectively do it, and that was the purpose of SB 247. So we test kids, we get that information, we can then selectively guide, and it is an impact on the state overall because lead poisoning is a devastating problem for kids that leads to enormous costs with neural development issues. So it does not, all it does, it's a point of contact to remind the parents that if the provider hasn't already done it, that they should be getting it done. And there is an exemption that already exists, and that exemption is carried forward.
Mr. Speaker, D2.
For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to move to table.
Motion is in order.
I would like to request a roll call.
Representative Blazek requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded?
And I have a PI.
It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Roll call. The motion before us is to lay on the table House Bill 1642. The chair recognizes Representative Blazek for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the focus of public health should be removing the underlying issue, which is lead in homes, not requiring a test years after the damage is done, and if I know that low compliance with lead testing is a result of failure of public health agencies to educate the public, and that medical mandates such as this simply trick parents into compliance without informed consent, then I would now vote yes to table this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Knurk for a parliamentary inquiry.
And if I know, Mr. Speaker, that this does not add a mandate, but instead it is a reminder at a point of contact that the testing needs to be done, which is already mandated and for which there are already exemptions in law, and if I know that changing that really is not germane to the issue of this bill and would need to be taken up with a new bill, and if I know that this bill as amended actually removes of the large scope that was initially in this bill, would I then vote no to not table this so we can carry on and improve the health of our kids and get the lead out?
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1642. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Berry. Representative Chrétien. Representative Di Silvestro.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 162 voting yea, 183 voting nay. The motion to table fails.
All right, so we've exhausted the debates, so now the question is on the OTPA.
Right now, our motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1642. Are you ready for the question? A roll call. Who requested the roll call? Representative Baldessaro requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Roll call.
You're going to let a committee chair do that? That's ridiculous.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1642. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know where I stand that we're in the majority in this room, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that many of my fellow legislators here support freedom, and Mr. Speaker, if I know it's about damn time we stand together and vote this bill down so we can do another motion. Vote red. Thank you.
Can we have some silence so we can get through the rest of the calendar? The chair recognizes Representative Knurk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill does not impose a new mandate, but that the requirement for testing already exists and this bill is simply to help improve the knowledge of the community that it needs to be done, and if I know that addressing this exemption process, if that is the concern of people, needs to be taken up in another session, another year, because it's not germane to this bill and it already exists in statute secondary to SB 247 from 2018, would I then vote yes, the green button, to support the 20-to-1 bipartisan committee amendment bipartisan committee vote of OTP-A? Thank you very much.
The question before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1642. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fadolfi. Representative Mackey. Representative Ray Newman. Representative Toomey.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. (213) voting yea, 131 voting nay. The committee report's adopted.
It's going to the Committee on Finance.
This is referred to the Committee on Finance. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1654 FN, Act relative to termination of pregnancy statistics. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill would be referred for an interim study. Senator Bill King for the committee.
Mr. Speaker, C2.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion
State your motion.
to lay on the table.
The motion is to lay 1654 on the table. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Division. The question before us is to lay on the table House Bill 1654.
PI, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Stapleton for a parliamentary inquiry.
I'm asking you to oppose, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking that...
That's not a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that we have spent some 3 terms and 3 iterations on perfecting this bill and have brought it forward to a good state, better even than the reporting section in the recently passed 1069 bill, which only covers 24 weeks. This bill covers the entire gestational period, and with better and more perfected provisions than is in that bill. Would I now vote red, press the red button, to not lay this on the table?
Chair recognizes Senator Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know how much I really want good statistics for all of the different aspects of health and welfare in this state. But, Mr. Speaker, if I know, the entire committee unanimously said this isn't ready yet. And if I know we would really like to make it ready, but it isn't right now, would I not affirm the motion to lay on the table and press green? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1654 on the table. It's a division, right? Yeah. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bradley. Representative Folsom. Representative Judy. Representative Huff. Representative Klein Knight. Representative Mackey. Representative Sue Newman. Representative Nodder. Representative Pimentel. Representative Sandler.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 275 voting yea, 65 voting nay. The motion to lay on the table is adopted. Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1397, an act relative to the length of terms for Rockingham County officers. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rosemary Rung for the committee. The amendment is 012820H, printed in House Record 6, pages 60 through 61. The debate is going to be on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my 6th year in the House. This is the first bill I've ever pulled off consent. I did so at the request of a county commissioner that many of you might know in Hillsborough County, Mr. Robert Rowe. This bill, as it stands on the committee on the calendar, the title is misleading. The title says it only applies to Rockingham County, but the committee amended it to apply to every county. So it's taking 2-year terms that are traditional, going back to the founding of the county. Some of those counties go back to 1769, the time of the Pine Tree Riots. I had Office of Legislative Research look into the tradition of 2-year terms. They can go back to the year 1878. Back until 1878, we've had 2-year terms for county officials. So this bill, if you listen to the public testimony, it was introduced to only apply to the county attorney in Rockingham County. That was later corrected to apply to every county official in Rockingham County. And then the amendment on page 60, bottom of page 60 in the calendar, applies it to every county. So we care about democracy. We care about protecting the voices of our constituents. This would mute their voices when it comes to county officials, because it would cut their ability to vote in half, going from 2 years, which has been tradition, to 4 years. So they'd be able to vote half as often. Now that might be a good idea in Rockingham County. The Association of Counties testified in the public hearing, and they said that this bill is a good test bill. It's a good pilot program, applying only to Rockingham County. I agree with that. Let's see how it works in Rockingham County, but don't force the other 9 counties to go from a 2-year term to a 4-year term for a county attorney, county treasurer, register of deeds, and the sheriff. Now, focusing on the county attorney, in Hillsborough County, we had a derelict county attorney that the AG's office had to come in, take over the attorney's office, actually run the affairs of Hillsborough County's office. If that was a 4-year term, we would have been stuck with that derelict attorney for 4 years. So we don't want this in Hillsborough County, as far as I can tell. You might hear that the counties want it. How do we know that the counties want it? Did we take a vote of our constituents? Or are we only listening to the people that are already in power and likely to get elected again? So focusing on a county attorney, it's true that a county attorney does not make laws, but they uphold the laws that we pass. And they wield something called prosecutorial discretion. Prosecutorial discretion, it's a hidden power in the structure of government. What prosecutorial discretion is who do you charge and how severely do you charge them? They get to decide that. So not having that position be accountable to the voters, I think is an issue. I'm not opposing the underlying bill, but I am opposing Amendment 120H, bottom of page 60. I ask that you vote down the amendment, let this experimental bill go forward, and let's see how it works out in Rockingham County before we force the rest of the state to do it. I ask for a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
Sure.
Senator Baldessaro, you may inquire.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It's just a quick one on, of course, you know, we're Rockingham County. We fully support this here. But when I was at the meeting, are you aware that nobody from any of the counties came in and spoke against us on when they brought this up?
So I'm aware. I served my first term on municipal and county, and it tends to be, no offense to the committee, it tends to be sort of captured by selectmen and moderators, people that listen to the interests of towns and counties. The public doesn't always come because they're not motivated. So if we say that the counties want this, how do we know that the counties want this? Let's make it enabling legislation. Let's make the counties get to vote on whether they want a 4-year term instead of 2 for all the county positions. So I would say take it with a grain of salt. People that are in power, they want to stay in power. 2-year terms are good for the governor, the executive council, state senate, for us, and for county commissioners. They all run for 2-year terms. This is history going back a very long time, at least to the year 1878, according to House research. Why do we want to take this experimental bill and make the whole state do it? Let's vote down the amendment and let's have a separate debate on the underlying bill. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment before us now would assure our important county officials are indeed at work. If I value their hard work and need their professional assignments to be focused on, I would be in favor of this amendment. And if I know the sheriff will be holding a campaign sign every 2 years, rather than being in a squad car arresting criminals looking to break into our homes and put our children and teachers at risk, and if I know our prosecutors ought to be trying criminals in front of judges and not standing on street corners, I will vote this amendment to assure all county officials, all officials, are actively working for our citizens. This amendment passed the Municipal and County Committee by a vote of 17-2. Not a single objection at our committee hearings came forward from commissioners to express their objections. So this is truly a bipartisan piece of legislation. The 17-2, after the amendment passed and the committee went on to achieve a vote of 19-0. And if I know this legislation did not pass last year because it didn't include all counties, which it does now, I recommend you vote green to pass the amendment.
The motion before us is the vote on the amendment to HB 1397. The amendment is 012820H. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Division. The motion before us is on the amendment to House Bill 1397. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ammon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the likely reason no other county showed up is because the title of the bill says Rockingham County and not every county, if I know that government is always more efficient with less input from the voters, and that's not a good thing, if I know that this amendment is likely going to be a poison pill on the whole experimental bill that Rockingham County would like to try, and if I know that 2 years is good enough for the governor, the senators, the executive council, state representatives, county commissioners, it should also be good for sheriffs, county attorneys, register of deeds, and treasurers. And lastly, if I know that a 4-year term locks us into paying them a 4-year salary instead of renegotiating every 2 years, would I then press the red button and vote this amendment down? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rung for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill extends the terms for just certain elected county officers, including the county sheriff and the county attorney, from 2 years to 4 years, and if I know that these positions require professional expertise and are often full-time jobs, and if I know that a 4-year term provides more stability and focus to address county needs without the disruption of biennial campaigns, would I now press the green button to support the overwhelming bipartisan vote of the Municipal and County Government Committee to pass this this amendment. Thank you.
Question before us is the amendment 0120H to House Bill 1397. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Freitas. Representative Herbert. Representative Infantine. Representative Lundgren. Representative Mackey. Representative Ray and Sue Newman.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to the state of the vote. (150) voting yea, 189 voting nay. Committee amendment fails. The question is now on the motion of ought to pass.
Division.
Who requested that? Who requested the division? Terosian. Representative Terosian.
Thank you.
Requested a division vote. Members should be in your seats. We're going right to the vote. Division! The question before us is the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1397. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bradley. Representative Fadolfi. Representative Erf. Representative Lane. Representative Thompson. Representative Baxter.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to the state of the vote. 216 voting yea, 124 voting nay. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 1040. An act establishing a commission to study revenue alternatives to the road toll for electric-powered and hybrid vehicles for the funding of improvements to the state highways and bridges and their resulting improvements to the environment. When considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Barry Fulner for the committee. The amendment is 02058, printed in House Record 6, pages 52 through 53. Is this? All those, the question before you is all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues, I screwed up. The vote that is reflected in the House calendar says 22-0. The actual vote was 20-2. And in respect to the two members of the committee that voted against it, I pulled this off of consent so that the record could be corrected. And I ask that we continue to do the voice vote and we go to ought to pass with the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, a motion.
State your motion.
Motion to table.
That is a proper motion. Division has been requested. Members take their seats. Division. The motion before us is a tabling motion on HB 1040. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Graham for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I watched the Super Bowl last Sunday and saw that every major automobile maker was touting their new electric vehicles that would soon be on the road, and if I know that in California and other places they are already testing tractor trailers and big rigs for all-electric travel, and if I know that this is the future of travel, along with other things besides electric, hydrogen, and others, that if we do not get ahead of the power curve and look at how we are going to fund our roads in the future, and if I believe that this is the way to do it, with a commission to look at how or if we even try to do anything with alternative fuel vehicles, then would I now press the red button and not lay this bill on the table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1040 on the table. This is going to be a division vote. If you are in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alexander, Representative Boards. Representative Klee. Representative Howard. Representative Salloway.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 85 voting yea, 249 voting nay. The motion to table fails. The question now is on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1040. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 1656, FNA Local, an act establishing a road usage registration fee, making an appropriation therefore, and consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Mills for the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 1656 on the table.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1656 on the table. It is a proper motion. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Division. The motion before us is to lay on the table House Bill 1656. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Somcich for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I agree with the previous speaker in support of HB 1040, and if I know that New Hampshire's bridges and roads need extra revenue, and that the New Hampshire DOT's 10-year plan is more aspirational instead of practical, and if I also know that the transportation revolution of which the previous speaker spoke will not be waiting for 2 years for us and the outcome of the HB 1040 Commission, and if I believe, unlike the majority report, that this bill does not put the cart before the horse, but quite the opposite, and if I further note it's also difficult for this body to agree to raise new revenue despite the needs that we have. And finally, I think it is time for New Hampshire to deliver also on the promises that it made to 49 locations in this state that are negatively impacted by traffic noise and are still waiting for those promises to be fulfilled. Would I now vote red against the tabling motion?
The chair recognizes Representative Graham for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know we just voted to have a studies committee to look at road usage fees that this bill would impose, and Mr. Speaker, if I understand that this bill is convoluted in doing vehicle weight, vehicle miles driven, and not taking into account whether those miles are in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts or other locales, would I now vote with the unanimous vote of the committee to lay this bill on the table so that we can move on and get out of here sometime today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1656 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alexander. Representative Grassi. Representative Infantine. Representative Mackey. Representative Piemonte. Representative Bill Boyd.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. (309) voting yea, 29 voting nay. House Bill 1656 is laid on the table. Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by captions only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
Questions on the third reading motion are ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House will attend to announcements. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just remind members that we do have a unanimous consent coming up, and you may want to hold on to your voting clickers. Also, please remember to have your parking ticket validated. If you lost your ticket, you may exit the left lane when you leave and speak to the attendant. Please make sure you leave your voting device here. Do not take it home with you. Please drop it at your party tables. We have one request for unanimous consent. I would ask the members to please be attentive.
Chair recognizes Representative LaBlanche for unanimous consent.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I would like to be clear before I start my speech. My speech is not intended to be political, but to speak my truth and what I witnessed and to share the information with this House and the people of the state. I believe in truth and democracy are important to our government and every aspect of our electoral system, including political parties. I am simply a whistleblower and sharing my truth. I come before you today as an independent member of this House to explain why I left the Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I object.
Member has withdrawn consent. The question is, shall the member be allowed to continue? All those in favor say aye. Aye. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. This is a division vote. Division!
Close the door!
Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker.
This is going to be a division vote on whether the member will continue to speak or not.
Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. I see the hands up, so I would assume that is sufficiently seconded.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lang back here in C3. I just ask that you give us a couple minutes. Some members turned in their clickers and they're retrieving them. They were in the room at the time it started, but they need to get their clickers, so I'd give a minute or two.
The clerk was very specific in saying that we're going to have a vote coming up, and if they put them down, then too bad. This is a roll call vote on whether the member can continue or not. Roll call. I'm just going to go right to the vote. This is a roll call vote on whether the member can continue speaking. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Abbott, Alexander, Bailey, Baldessaro, Bollier, Uras, Boards, Bouchard, Burrows, Calipitz, Kaplan, Chase, Chrétien, Cohen, Comtois, Conley, Crawford, Cross, Fadolfi, Fellows, Fenton, Fontenau, Goley, Gallagher, Gamarlo, Gorg, Harb, Harley, Harrington, Infantine, Judy, Johnson, Knirk, Ladd, Lundgren, Luno, McKay, Mackey, Mann, McAleer, Macbeth, McLean, McWilliams, Merchant, Muse, Muirhead, Murphy, Pimentel, Rung, Sandler, Schamberg, Shapiro, Janice Schmidt, Suzanne Smith, Timothy Smith, Sofakidis, Sumsich, Sylvia, Thaberge, Toll, Tucker, Vale, Van, Von Plinsky, Wazir, Welkowitz, Weston, Harvey Bullia, and Levitt.
You're all set. All right, Mr. Speaker, I didn't call your name. You're all set. Did you turn your clicker in? Yeah, should have done it.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. (199) voting yea, 70 voting nay. The member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was told to speak a little bit quieter and to adjust the microphone. I hope everybody can hear me. I come before you today as an independent member of this House to explain why I left the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, ironically, is the least democratic institution I have ever been a member of. For context, I served as a member of the New Hampshire Democratic Party's State Committee since 2020, and obviously as a Democratic member of this House. Yet I, observed as a leader within this party, is a party that does not follow the ideals of democracy or follow its own constitution. The NHDP Constitution states that the State Committee shall govern the party between state conventions. Chapter 3 of the New Hampshire Democratic Party's Constitution states the purpose of the State Committee, and I'm quoting this, "It is the responsibility of the members of the Democratic State Committee to participate actively in formulating policy, conducting business, and maintaining the financial stability of the state party as necessary or appropriate to carry out the goals of the NHDP." Yet, as a former member of the State Committee, I can tell you that this was never followed through on. There was no opportunity for input or discussion at any of the State Committee meetings I ever attended. Similarly, Chapter 2, Section B states that the NHDP conventions shall adopt the platform of the NHDP, nominate presidential electors, vote on amendments to the Constitution of the Democratic Party, promote party unity, and carry out the actions necessary to further the goals of the NHDP. This means that the convention is the ultimate decision-making body of the party. Every single Democratic member of this House is automatically a delegate to this convention. As all the Democratic members of this chamber should recall, last year's convention, we were tasked with voting on an amendment to the party's constitution that included 56, that is 56 alterations to the Constitution. Yet the same thing occurred. No delegate was allowed to voice their opinion and debate this important change to the party's governing document at the convention. To make things worse, the NHDP office refused to provide the contact information of any state committee member or convention delegate to any state committee or convention delegate. Think of it like this. Imagine the New Hampshire House, except we are not allowed to speak and debate on the House floor, and we are not allowed to talk to one another outside of the House. That is the sad reality of the New Hampshire Democratic Party. To continue with this theme of undemocratic practices, it seems that the chairman of the Democratic Party leads his party with an iron fist. As a member of the state committee, we are tasked with electing the officers of the party. Last year, we had such an election. In that election, I endorsed and voted for the chairman's opponent. This seems to have gotten me on what I affectionately call his blacklist. Last year, shortly after the officer election, I was running for a seat on my local school board. In that campaign, I faced unprecedented hatred. From threats of violence to trespassing to destruction of property, I was going through a lot, to say the least. One such incident was where one of my supporters' pride flags was burnt after putting my campaign sign on their property, which was also destroyed that very same night. Although I voted against Ray Buckley, I still respected him and thought I could count on him as the leader of the party. So I texted him for help with this situation, for help and advice. He responded, "I'm busy. Send me an email." So I did. I also sent the very same email to the New Hampshire Democratic Party's office. We're coming up on a year since I sent that email, and I have yet to hear back from the party. The New Hampshire Democratic Party says that it stands for minority groups such as the LGBTQ+ community, yet when I, as the youngest openly gay legislator in this country, in the history of the United States, reached out for help, I was ignored. These are just a few of the reasons of why I left the Democratic Party. Now, the reason I chose to speak here before you today is to educate the Democratic members of this House on the issues facing their party and to inform the public of the hypocrisy of the so-called Democratic Party of New Hampshire. If you are a Democratic member of this House and you have seen what I have seen and agree that the way this party is run is not right, I encourage you to take a stand and leave the party, as I have, until it fixes its major flaws. When I took my oath of office, I did not take it to a political party, but to our United States Constitution and our New Hampshire Constitution. And most importantly, I was elected to do what is right for my constituents of Amherst. I want to be very clear. This has nothing to do with the leadership of the Democratic Caucus and everything to do with the leadership of the New Hampshire Democratic Party. Thank you, colleagues, for listening to me today. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Osborne moved the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, and enrolled bill reports.
Mr. Speaker.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. No. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr.
House
Speaker.
is in recess.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to print the words of the Speaker in the Journal.
The House is in recess.